It's a very good morning, and I'd like to welcome you all to a very bright and sunny Groenkloof Tennis Stadium in Pretoria for this 2025 Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff first round tie between host Renner South Africa Davis Cup team and our West African opponents Nigeria. It's a best of 5 rubber, which includes 2 singles matches on day 1, and then the following day the proceedings will see a doubles tie and 2 reverse singles clashes. Firstly, I'd like to welcome onto the court our ball girls and boys who will be doing duty for this weekend. Now let's welcome our line umpires onto the court. Put your hands together for our ITF officials. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to our visiting nation, Nigeria. Now, let's make some noise as we welcome the host Renner South Africa Davis Cup team. I'd like to introduce the Nigerian team. Please put your hands together for Christopher Bulus, David Ekpenyong, Canis Abua, Michael Emmanuel, and the Nigerian team captain is Benson Isichele. The ITF match officials, our tournament referee is Yassine Lakhdar. And our chair umpires for this tie, Anis Risasi and Adil Khomriti. Now the Renault South Africa Davis Cup team, put your hands together for Philip Henning, Chris van Wyk, Alec Beckley, Leo Matthijssen, and the Renault SA Davis Cup team captain is none other than Pietie Novell. Now I'd like to invite both teams to exchange flags and gifts. Now that that's done, I'd like all in attendance to please be upstanding as we observe the national anthem of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain upstanding as we sing along to the national anthem of South Africa.
Nigeria,
Thank you very much. The first singles tie of this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff tie will get underway shortly.
Well, welcome to Groenkloof Tennis Stadium, and that is for the Davis Cup tie Group 2 here in South Africa between Team Reynolds from South Africa versus Team Nigeria. We are looking forward to some exciting tennis on the court today. The conditions are really hot out there, and we are looking forward to see how the teams can cope with the conditions. As the teams just leave the court after the emotional ceremony for the opening of this tie, we're really excited to see how this qualification in Group 2 will pan out.
There's the crowd support for their team's players. However, noise during service motion between first and second serves and during a rally can be very disrupting to the players. In Davis Cup competition, there is a partisan crowd rule by which crowd disturbances that affect play, particularly during the serve, can result in your team being penalized. Enjoying the matches and cheering for your favorites, but please do not create a disturbance during play. Your help will be greatly appreciated.
First match here on court at Groenkloof Tennis Stadium. We're looking forward to see South Africa's Philip Henning taking on David Ekepinyang. Philip is 24 years old and an experienced Davis Cup player, as well as having achieved some great wins in 2024 with 6 M15s, which is the men's circuit $15,000 tournaments. So a great year for him. And he's just come off the training block, and we're looking forward to see how he can compete. And we're very excited to see a good crowd gathering here at the Groenkloof Tennis Stadium. It's so important for the crowd to be able to watch some tennis and build some local heroes, since in the African region there are not many tournaments that take place, and it's not a lot of opportunities for the crowds to get to see their heroes in action. So this is a great opportunity for the crowds to really interact with players and see how they play and the level that they achieve as players representing their countries.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first singles tie of this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff is about to get underway.
So
coming onto court first
the players are going to start moving onto the court.
Nigerian second seed David Ekepinyang take to the court. Please put your hands together for this 19-year-old who is the youngest member of the Nigerian team. Made his Davis Cup debut back in 2023. representing the Renault SA Davis Cup team, let's give it up for the SA #1 seed, Philip Henning. Philip is ranked the highest ranked player in this Davis Cup playoff tie at 329 on the latest ATP rankings list. The 24-year-old Henning is in a rich vein of form, having recently won both ITF M15 events held in Stellenbosch in December. About to take place, and Philip and his counterpart will head to the center of the court, and our chair umpire for this clash, let's give it up for Anis Aisaisi.
So Nigeria getting the choice to choose, and right, the players just managed to complete the toss, and you'll see they go into their warm-up routines just in terms of before their matches. And in picture we have Nigeria's David Campagna warming up, and you can see he's a tall competitor. He's a youngster, 19 years old, but has had good experience on the junior circuit. And we're really excited to see the game he can bring to us here at Groenkloof. On the close side to the camera, we have South Africa's Philip Henning, and he's coming off some really good results in 2024, winning 6 tour events, which is a great achievement in a 12-month period for a player, and that's setting him up to start going to some of the bigger events in 2025. And matches like Davis Cup are also really important for players, giving them an opportunity to play in a team environment, which doesn't happen often. So both players look like they can really hit the ball well. They're going to be aggressive in their tennis, and I'm really excited to see what kind of a match we've got in store for us here today.
Well, once again, we'd like to thank all our SABC viewers for joining us for this action at the 2025 Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff tie between South Africa and Nigeria from the Groenkloof Tennis Centre out in Pretoria. It is extremely warm out there. They expect the mercury to touch 34 degrees Celsius, but I can tell you, being out on court, it feels more like 36 to 38 degrees Celsius. Olga Losh joins me in commentary this morning, a former top 100 ATP player. Fantastic to have you on board. Joining myself, Owen Honey, who will be bringing you the live coverage of the first 2 singles rubbers. Holger, this is exciting times, and it's fantastic to see such a great crowd pull into this facility. And the other thing we need to talk about is the newly resurfaced court. South Africa choosing to go for a fast, medium-paced court, but it doesn't seem to be as fast as they expected it to be, more on the slower side.
Yes, so we're really excited to see what this tie can bring for South Africa, and for Nigeria, it's a critical tie in terms of their opportunities in the next year. So they've come up to this group, and they want to confirm that they belong in this group and go higher. And what we expecting is a match of really strong conditions. The heat will, I think both players would be used to some of this heat, but being high altitude and having this dry heat is something maybe David hasn't been experienced too much. And then coming to the surface, I think it's a really good surface. As host nation, you have that opportunity to sort of make sure you create the environment that you're comfortable with this. And this surface, creating a good bounce, and accentuating your spins like your top spin and your slice should definitely suit our team, especially from if you're playing a lot of matches in Nigeria, you'll often play on quite fast surfaces, and there'd be a significant difference in that.
Well, that is Philip Henning in picture. He is our #1 seed in this South African team, Renault SA Davis Cup team. And Philip is ranked currently in the ATP list at 329. A fantastic result for him, especially coming into the form he's had at the moment, having won the recent ITF M15 events, held down in Stellenbosch in December, and just showing you what kind of form he is. And obviously, if he gets South Africa off to a fantastic start here, they'll be thriving off that energy that he brings.
Yeah, I think Petey Norval did say that in the press conference yesterday, saying the way the draw worked out is something as a coach that you would like to have, so that you are playing sort of in terms of ranking on the upper hand. But we know sport, you can never predict 100% what's going to happen out there. But I think in terms of the draw, you do want to make a statement with that first rubber. It does help everybody to get in charge and get on top.
Now, Philip Henning goes to his seat. Warm-up is completed and play is about to get underway. He's up against a very young Nigerian, only 19 years of age, is David Epinyong. He's got a bit of Davis Cup experience under the belt. He made his debut in 2023. And it's fantastic to see him out there. Pretty tall, lanky fellow. He stands at over 6 foot tall, probably about 6'2" compared to him, and who's just under 6 foot tall. That height variation might just come in handy for David Epinyong.
Yeah, you know, we look at players, in terms of body and physique, having long levers and lanky is definitely a good advantage, especially on the faster type surfaces. And what's always difficult is if players in the African space don't get a lot of opportunities to tour and play, so the ranking is not always a clear representation of what they can offer us. But
David
David
Epinyong gets play underway for Team Nigeria. A good opening rally. Both players just finding their rage at the moment. Nigeria, unfortunately, just sending that a bit long from David Epinyong. Oh, early call for a foot fault.
It's a good effort from David to come back after being called a foot fault that can really just throw off your rhythm a bit. But doing really well in that rally with Philip really attacking that second serve return, but then getting neutralized.
Oh, good first serve from David Epinyong. Using his height advantage to get that kick serve, and rose up a bit too much on Philip Henning. He couldn't control it.
Another strong serve from David, going out wide on that, and I think Philip would have been a bit disappointed not getting that ball to go back over that net, but it is the highest part of the net, so not easy.
First double fault from David Epenyong.
Maybe a bit of nerves for both players there. You can see David really just rolling that second serve in, being really safe with it. And I think Philip would be pretty disappointed to get that attacking forehand to hit that net and be an unforced like that.
Yeah, Epenyong holding serve in his opening service game, and that's always a positive for any young player. Good start from Epenyong. He's had a couple of faults, foot faults in there, double fault, and ultimately holding serve to put the pressure back on Philip Henning, beg your pardon.
Yeah, always important to get that first game under your belt, especially if you're serving first, because you do have that advantage as a server going first, but it does add that little bit of pressure in that first game when you're still trying to find your rhythm, and I think he did exceptionally well to get through that game. And he's put that pressure back firmly on Philip to see that he takes this second game into play.
Second serve.
Philip Henning using that second serve of his to kick up a bit, get him into the rally, and putting the pressure on the young David Epenyong.
Let's pass.
Oh, beautiful cross-court finish there from Philip Henning. Just getting his opponent to go in the wrong direction and then pulling the trigger, going across court again, and putting David Epenyong really off on the wrong foot.
Yes, that's one of Philip's strengths, is to really take that ball on the rise like that, and we can see that this surface with the ball bouncing up like that really helped him in that execution, so it's great to see that.
Can you have a seat? Thank you.
Great first serve, setting up that point beautifully. And following it up with that mid-court shot.
Yeah, Philip is starting to find his range in executing that forehand beautifully at the moment.
South Africa.
Philip Henning starting to show up a little bit. Fantastic ace down the center of the line there, just swinging away from David Epenyong, who could do nothing about that. And he holds serve in his first service game, and it is 1-1 in the opening set.
A great consistent service game there from Philip. I think he'll take a lot of confidence from that. and I'd expect him to go after these returns a lot more than he did in the first game.
One ball in the opening set. There's a scoreboard in the top right corner.
Love 15.
And another double fault here for David. That's not how he wanted to start the second service game for himself.
Struggling in that sunlight.
Let second serve.
Just sending it out wide. So you can see the intent there from
15
Philip.
off.
He's trying to get his opponent to go from left to right and just put him under a whole lot of pressure. But that serve of David Epenjong, it looks like he's lost all his confidence, or unless he's just struggling into the bright sunlight here at Groenkloof Tennis Center.
Pot.
Completely miscued off the racket there from
15,
David
13.
Epenjong. So it's Philip Henning in a position now to break early in this opening set. Coming forward for the first time in this match, and it seems to be fruitful for David Epenjong.
So what we saw there, I think that's the game he's used to. He's going to hit those big first serves and then really come forward on that, which he hasn't managed to do much yet. I'm expecting to see more of that from him.
Oh, again. And he
40,
shakes his
30.
head, does Philip Henning. He just knows he didn't execute that backhand the way he wanted to come off the racket. And Holger gives us a chance to talk about the altitude. Playing up in Pretoria, over 1,600 meters in altitude, the ball does fly through the air. Philip Henning has been playing here for quite some time. He's from Bloemfontein, now bases himself down in Stellenbosch. But that difference in altitude coming up from sea level up to Johannesburg, Pretoria, a big difference, and you have to adjust your game.
Deuce.
Oh yes, another double fault from him. He's really struggling with the sun for that second serve, specifically on that far side from us. And but just to come to that point, so I'd say it's actually the surface and the high altitude at the moment that David is struggling with, because the ball's going to shoot off the surface and much higher. He's hitting balls much higher than he's used to. He's not making enough first serves, obviously. That's the thing that's going to be really playing with his mind.
Advantage South Africa.
And you can see there, David is actually holding back on that forehand because he doesn't want to miss it. So high altitude often plays more with your mind than necessarily physically with the ball as much.
South Africa.
Beautiful execution of that drop shot, coming to the net
South Africa
nice and
leads
early in that
6-1.
rally, and having the presence of the mind just to drop it straight in front of him. So a really good choice of position as well. Didn't just sort of open his court by hitting that drop shot wide, but kept it right in front of him.
And Team South Africa go ahead, breaking the serve of David Epenjong. Philip Henning now leads the opening set by 2 games to 1. Take a look at that serve again. It's just not there for David Epenyong. Struggling in this bright sunlight. And no conviction behind his serve. But look at this fantastic volley from Henning as he comes up to the net. Excellent play. And I saw him use that quite a bit yesterday in practice on this very court. He's got such fantastic hands when he's at the net, and fantastic to see. It's hard to teach somebody that, but he's got just that beautiful feel when he comes in at the net.
Yeah, it's really good to see that.
Timing.
And I think it's often underrated, movement from left to right. Everybody knows about it. Everybody executes it, but movement back and forward is also such a critical part of playing effective tennis. And just looking at the pictures and images we just saw of the Team South Africa there on the bench, this is the beauty about team tennis or a thing like Davis Cup, where you have a chance to actually have these discussions with a coach and get some advice, just reinforce some of those sort of points you see as a player, and that's really a great privilege of a team competition.
Rather fortunate there for Philip Henning, guessing right and putting that down the center of the court there. A wry smile from Philip after they're hitting that shot.
Yeah, at the right time, at the right place. Really just lucky that he stayed there. I think David expecting him to move and cover one half, and good call by Philip just to stay there.
Could have easily gone down the line and won that point, but Philip Henning choosing to stay in the center of the court.
But
just a little bit long on that forehand. That's the right play for Philip to execute though. Another good second serve. Interestingly enough, both players not making a lot of serves currently, so they're really only making about two to three first serves in each of their service games so far. So that's something, the person who's going to start stepping ahead is probably the person who can lock down some of those first serves.
Yeah,
15
just going
and
a
30.
bit wide there. Good call from the chair umpire as well. He spotted that, as well as the line official. Philip Henning's been using that forehand. It's a deadly weapon that he possesses, and he's able to get the depth on it and a lot of topspin.
Could you stop walking, please? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Excellent play from David Epenyong. And
15
he gets
14.
that to brush the paint and raises his fist in celebration of winning that point.
Very interesting to see. Look how David comes forward on that play. He's actually really executing a good play here and then opting to go back out, which is really interesting for me to see. But no doubt how he finished that in style right up that line.
David
David Epenyong can do about that first serve, and Philip needs to do a lot more that first serve. It's if he's able to get it in, he puts the pressure on Nigeria's David Epenyong.
Another great play by Philip Henning there, forcing David to move side to side on that court and saving some break points. And that's really critical for Philip. Just after breaking serve, you don't want to give it straight back like that. So well done, and it's a gutsy performance. Great to see from him. Pressure from Philip there, and you can see David's game, interestingly, is based on getting a lot of balls back, neutralizing, and he neutralizes pretty well. So it forces Philip to come up with those 2-3 plays on the setup.
And it's interesting to see how David gets around the court as well. He uses those long legs of his to gain a bit of leverage around the court.
Spectacular first serve up to tee. And that's the difference. You saw now 3 first serves made in those last 3 points, and managing to seal that break and storming ahead 3-1 in this first set for Renault Team South Africa.
Yeah, Philip Henning holding serve, going ahead 3-1 now. Pressure back on David Epenyong. Can he come up with anything here? Or is this just the start of nailing that coffin for Philip Henning?
Love 15.
Great exchange with the two gladiators on court there, really testing each other.
So Holger, I spoke to the official that's doing the stringing of the rackets, and he told me that it was quite interesting. I'll get to that point after the serve. Another double try from David Epenyong, the 4th of the match so far. And he was telling me about the tension that the Nigerians are using, and I was very surprised. So they're using about 60 to 70 pounds of tension on those rackets of theirs. Now, just to give you a bit of insight, South Africans are tensioning their rackets at about 47 to 55 pounds. And just shows you Nigeria stringing their rackets really, really tight.
Great play by Philip Henning again. To come back to your point, yes, it's. I think it's maybe a bit of overcompensation on the high altitude. They're looking for more control, and not necessarily the smartest move, but it does depend on your racket. So meaning most of the modern rackets are so stiff and have very little flex in them, and that's why about 10, 15 years ago you'll see players having strung their rackets at the 60s, 70s more frequently than now. So as the rackets get firmer and stiffer, your tension keeps coming down.
Oh, fantastic backhand down the line from David Epping-Young.
Yes.
Saving a break point there and staying in this game. Very important point for the young 19-year-old Nigerian.
So Philip doing really well, putting pressure from that return. And David just trying to neutralize that all the time and then just picking his moment. Excellent play by him.
And applauded by Philip Henning.
Advantage, South Africa.
Another breakpoint opportunity here for Philip Henning and Team Renault South Africa. Let's see what he can do with this one.
You can see David getting a bit frustrated with himself. Those are not kind of balls he likes to miss.
Oh, beautiful
South Africa.
return back down the line.
South Africa leads
And
against
there's
2-1.
Philip Henning that breaks for the second time in this opening set and opens up a commanding 4-1 lead in this first set.
Oh, what a great return by Philip Henning there, just stepping into that court, opening. You can see that serve was wide. Philip was actually taken outside of the tram line, so the double line of the court, so he had not a lot of angle to work with. What an exceptional backhand up the line. And a great choice by him at this moment to step it up like that is actually critical. David's not 100% settled in his game. You see he's getting a bit frustrated with one or two sort of loose ball errors that he's not used to making. And Philip sort of stepping on the gas now is exactly what he needs to do.
Pieter Norwell speaking to Philip Henning there. Pieter taking charge of this Davis Cup team for the very first time in his long and illustrious career. And he said it was a great honor to be working with his young South African team. And it's great to see him, passing on this knowledge. He's played at the top level of the game, especially in doubles, winning a silver medal at the 1992 Barcelona Olympic Games along with Wayne Ferreira.
Here you can see the Nigerian team, and it looks like the captain here, Benson, really taking out also some statistics and showing him. And I think Benson should focus on, because David's actually done really well to neutralize Philip. Just giving away with his one or two loose points has opened the door for this 4-1 lead, which sounds massive, but it's only one break. It's actually the two breaks, apologies.
Two breaks, yes.
It is the two breaks, so it is the stretch is a bit long, so it'll be really important for David to stay with Philip here to see what he can do.
Philip Henning to serve now, leading 4-1 in the opening set of this Davis Cup Group 2, World Group 2 playoff. Yeah, the frustration is starting to grow on David Epping-Young's side, smashing his racket against his foot there. And what has been impressive about his game so far is just able to stay in the point, just making Philip play that extra shot. And I think that's his strength. Oh, first double faults off the racket of Philip Henning. A rare error on his part.
But I guess if you need to make a double, it's probably this time that you can afford to make it at 15-love in your game. So let's see how he turns that around.
Open opportunity there to get that point from Philip Henning, but he puts it too long. He had David Epping-Young out of position completely, had the whole court to aim at, but unfortunately sending it over the baseline.
Quite a risky shot from David, but he did pull the trigger on that forehand. Difficult to see on the screen, but that ball came through like a tracer bullet, and very difficult for Philip to control.
Could I have a seat, please, ladies and gentlemen, please? Players are ready. Thank you. The first seat's available. Thank you very much.
Philip Henning choosing to come into the net,
40 all.
putting pressure on David Epenyong. And that seemed to work. David just didn't know which side to go. You're going to have to listen to the umpire for the scores.
Pot.
Oh, just a bit wide there. We can see the scuff marks on the court, so it gives a good indication where the ball landed.
And a bit of an off-pace forehand forces an unforced error from David. It's sometimes you're expecting that ball to come faster and deeper, and I think he just overcooked that forehand with being surprised that the ball was so short.
Again, South
Philip
Africa.
Henning hold serve, stretching his lead
South
out
Africa
to
leads 5-1.
5-1 in the first set.
Interestingly enough, captain of the Nigeria team, Benson, standing up after that point and applauding David to come to the net. So it's obviously something they discussed in that changeover. And here we can see the point again. And actually a great play by David, just pushing that volley wide. So you obviously just got to get used to that as his first approach to the net. So I think that's something that the coach has obviously been imprinting on him. Make sure you go to the net more.
That's one thing you're going to get out of Benson Isicheli. Tries to get that early backhand in there. But Benson Isicheli is very vocal. He speaks to his players all the time. He's involved in the game, trying to get the best out of them. Again, struggling with his serve. It's no pace on it at all from David. And there we go. Philip Henning taking advantage of that. Returning the ball with interest.
$15-30.
15-30. Good opportunity here for Philip to step it up, try to win this point and put the pressure on his opponent. Oh, he did go for the big shot.
30 all.
It was expected on that point. It's all or nothing.
Yes, definitely time to do that. Philip choosing to just dry his hand. I'm sure the players are sweating quite a bit because it is hot out there on that court.
Yeah, not much of a breeze either blowing across. Oh, great shots from both players there. Opting for that slice backhand, putting pressure
40-30.
on either side. And unfortunately for Philip Henning, that short ball coming, or that lob coming over the net was at an easy height for David Epenyong to pick his corner and smash it away.
Oh, strong return by Philip there. David turning down that first serve pace and just making sure he's getting a lot more serves in, which I think is a good call. But he does need to look at his placement on it, and Philip just firing it straight back in the middle, which is a really strong return.
Oh, please. Oh, please.
Oh, unfortunate slip there for Philip Henning.
Advantage, Nigeria.
He He doesn't hurt himself, fortunately, but you could hear the oohs and ahs from the crowd as he went down. Good recovery, but unfortunately just sent that long.
Yeah, it just took him a bit long to get his balance back, and both players struggling a bit of slippery on the surface. Excellent forehand there.
Paints the line.
Yes.
And Philip stays in this game. Beautiful forehand. Dropping in just in time. Take a look at it again. Winds it up. And it catches the line. Double faults from David
Advantage,
Young.
South Africa.
Gives Philip Henning another opportunity at break point. That's a fifth double faults from
Please.
the Nigerian.
Wait. Yeah, my first set, South Africa.
6 double faults.
By 6
off
games
the
to 1.
record of David
New balls,
Eppenyoung.
please. Ball
And
change.
it gives Philip Henning the opening set, winning this one 6-1. Fantastic play from Philip. 3 breakpoint opportunities that he was offered, and he took full advantage of that. And it puts South Africa ahead in this Davis Cup Group 2 playoff match. And it's been fantastic play from Philip Henning all the way. I mean, we expected that. The number 1 seed from South Africa to really set the tone for this match. And the young Nigerian faltering on his serve. 6 double faults already in that opening set. It really puts him on the back foot.
Yeah, David really didn't settle down in this match at all, not just on his serves. It looked like it started from the serves where he didn't really get good rhythm on that second serve, just rolling it in. And then it goes further in terms of also missing some of those, I think, forehands. His forehand is definitely a weapon. You can see it. He can pull the trigger on it nearly from anywhere in the court. But just not finding his range. So I think there's a bit of nerves here. You know, it's not easy to come out, represent your country like this. And especially as a youngster. So it does take a bit of time to settle in. And I hope he does, because there's a lot of tennis left in him here. Coming back to Team South Africa, I mean, what a great start for them. I think both players will be really, the players, Philip Henning, and the coach, Speedy Norville, will be really, really happy with that as a first start to that. And they couldn't have asked for a better start.
Timer.
Yeah, really difficult time for David Eppenyoung, the 19-year-old, the youngest member of this Nigerian team. He hasn't got much experience at the senior level. He's won 4 junior titles, all coming in Nigeria. And he's got a bit of Davis Cup experience under his belt, having made his debut in the Davis Cup Nigerian team back in 2023. But playing at this level, we know that Philip is an experienced campaigner, a man that's won a number of titles on the ITF Tour. He's come through the junior ranks, he's proved his worth, and he's really an asset in this South African team.
South Africa to
SA
serve.
Davis Cup team.
Out.
Playing for the killer shot down the line. Doesn't work out this time for
Love
Philip
15.
Henning. Credit to David Eppenyoung. He's got a very good forehand, like you picked up on, Holger.
That forehand is very strong, so this match is definitely not over, but really important for Philip to stay aggressive, staying true to his game, and a great rally from both players, really testing each other there to the max.
Much better play. 1-2 shot there from
13
Philip
all.
Henning. That first set was completed in just 34 minutes. Philip wants to get this over and done with as quickly as possible, especially in this searing heat.
There we see the value of that first serve again. Both these points doing really well after a great first serve. Makes that second place so much easier for any of the players. David taking a bit more time to get ready for this point.
Ooh, that was very close. Oh, beautiful! Excellent shot down the line from Philip Henning.
30-15.
Good anticipation from the South African and executed with exact precision.
You can really see here it's a good choice to come forward after a forehand like that, attacking that ball. And I mean, that's just a great play. And you saw after the point, David sort of saying sorry to the coach, but he has nothing to say sorry about. It was just great play by Philip.
Still two break point opportunity for South Africa. I beg your pardon, Philip Henning serving at the moment. It's trying to hold serve here and get off to a good start in the second set after winning the opening set by 6-1. David Ekpenyong staying in this game.
Game South Africa.
Nothing about that. Ace number 2
First game,
for Philip
second
Henning.
set.
And he gets off to a very good start in the second set. David Ekpenyong couldn't do anything about that. Take a look at that service again. Into the corner and sends it out wide with plenty of pace on it. It's exactly what he wanted.
Oh, what a great serve there. There's nothing much that any opponent would be able to do against a serve like that. And also what a great time to pull out a serve like that, being 40-30 up, just lost the point. It's getting a bit tight. And that will be a good emotional sort of step for a Philip Henning, just to stamp his authority. After winning that first set probably a lot more comfortably than he would have predicted before the game, he needs to now make sure that he stays on that intensity. On the reverse side, David Ekpenyong needs to really get this intensity up a bit. He needs to keep believing. He needs to keep bouncing around. He needs to keep creating opportunities for that forehand of his.
Oh, beautiful cross-court forehand winner there from David Ekpenyong.
15 love.
Noticing that Philip Henning was coming into the net, he pulled the trigger, and fantastic point one there for the Nigerian.
But wow, as he made work hard for that point. Philip just finding the lines on all these ground shot rallies leading up to his approach. And when you approach cross court, court is open.
Much better service game now from David Ekpenyong. He's finding his range and he's giving it a bit more pace, which he lacked in that opening set.
That's what he needs to do. He needs to keep believing, because there is a lot more game in him than what we saw in that first set.
Well, can he extend this, send it to a third? That's the big question.
40 love.
David just keeping that ball nice and deep and heavy, forcing that error from Philip Henning. And David Eppington also taking a lot more time between the points now. You can see he's being a lot more methodical. He's trying to get back to the game that he has.
Forty 15.
I don't like this play from David. He's putting a bit more pressure on his South African opponent. I'm going to reach every ball and just put it back in play. It's up to you to generate the pace off it as well. That's what he's saying. And there he goes. He holds serve in the second set. It is one game all.
And what a difference in that service game. If we think back in the first set, look at the difference here. He's made basically 4 first serves and also a lot more meat on that first serve. So there's a lot more work for Philip to contend with. So great effort by David not to let this another service game slip by.
Oh.
15 love.
Philip Henning losing his feet completely, trying to retrieve that ball. And Eppington had the whole court aim at, but centered long. It is getting slippery out there, and it's not the first time that we've seen Philip Henning lose his grip on the court.
Yeah, seems to be that there's a little bit of sand coming out of that surface that makes it quite slippery. So players need to be aware of that.
That is out wide. David Eppington putting pressure on Philip Henning now. And he's getting a lot more vocal as well. Every shot that he plays, growing in confidence.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh,
15-30.
great points opportunity here for David Eppington following that fortunate net court. Pressure on Philip Henning. What can he come up with here?
Great point. What a great play by Philip Henning, really raising his game. And the depth is on those ground strokes. It's really bouncing in those last 3 centimeters before the baseline.
Yeah, and almost all 3 of those shots that he played were very deep and just inside or on the line. We get a chance to look at it again. Look how deep it is. You can't even see David in the shots, and you must have just caught that line. But the chair umpire also agreeing with the line referee. So fantastic play there from Philip Henning to save a break point.
Excellent play by Philip Henning.
30-30.
I think he's found his range. His radar is in tune. Painting that baseline. Philip Henning is some player. Loves the occasion. Loves games like this. A loose shot there, and again
Yes.
Philip complaining that he's losing his grip on his racket, and he's retreating over to his corner to get his towel, dry his hands. I guess it's just because of the extreme heat, then your hands tend to sweat a whole lot more.
This is actually such a difficult forehand to make when the ball is that low, right in the middle of the court. So for you to generate enough rip to get the ball to get over the net and dip in and be inside the court puts a lot of pressure, and you'll miss that easily.
Out, advantage, South Africa.
Excellent rally from both players there. David again staying in that point, putting the extra shots in and asking questions of Philip Henning.
And doing it so well, changing the pace quite a bit, changing the trajectory of the ball. So that's all really smart tennis that we're seeing out here. It's really great to see. And this game is turning into one of these pivotal moments in the match. See who can come through this.
Again, Philip Henning's forehand
Yes.
letting him down. Trying to rip as much topspin out of that ball as possible.
It'll be interesting to see. That ball stayed very low again. If it was below the knee, then that's why he's missing those. He's trying to hit them a little bit too hard, too fast. And that's obviously tempting to do because you're being sucked into the middle of the court.
Advantage, South Africa.
Well, you needed that. Third ace of the match for Philip Henning. I think all aces have come on that side of the court. In fact, favouring that kicker out wide.
Game, South Africa.
Old serve does Philip Henning.
South
He had
Africa
to work
leads
very
against
hard
2-1.
for that one. Takes a 2-1 lead in the second set of this Davis Cup World's Group 2 playoff first round tie, featuring Renault SA Davis Cup team and Nigeria at Groenkloof Tennis Center in Pretoria. Pieter Nobel, the SA captain, again just giving encouragement to Philip Henning. He said it's possibly one of the easiest teams he's had to work with because they've come with so much experience. They're willing to listen, they're willing to take advice, and he says he's enjoying this job.
Yeah, it's a great privilege as a team captain of a competition like this, especially if you've got a group of youngsters that is hungry and that is doing the work. So you don't really have to get them to do the work. They know what they have to do. They've got enough experience to also understand the game. And if you have good communication, then that's the sort of golden thread that will run through that. And I think Pidi has got so much to offer for these youngsters because they need to break through the next layer. Philip Henning having won 16 of those tour events in 2024. He's clearly ready to go to the next level, because 6 titles is not a small feat for any tennis player to achieve.
Good crowd in attendance here at Groenkloof Tennis Center. And it's David Epenyong, the young 19-year-old Nigerian, to serve to stay in this second set. Oh, he almost got to it, using his height and reach
Love
from
15.
David Epenyong. Unfortunately, just sending it out wide. But he's got huge wingspan, I must say.
So that's why also that short ball is actually such a good choice, because David is used to moving left to right. He likes it. He does want to neutralize the play, and he's not comfortable coming forward. That's something that's very obvious, I think, if we're watching him as a player here. And I think mentally he's starting to feel it a bit after losing that previous game, which he thinks he was in control, and he was to a large degree.
Yeah, much better first serve from
13 all.
David Epenyong. He's increased the speed tremendously compared to the first set. It was just a matter of trying to get used to these conditions, the pace of the ball, playing at altitude. But it's much better from the teenager.
It's 15-30.
So David checking with his coach, was that ball really long? Because it was extremely close, and I think it's more disappointment than really worried that the ball was in and out, because I think he really is trying to turn this game around.
And he sends it long again, and it gives Philip Henning
15-40.
2 breakpoint opportunities to take a 3-1 lead. And he does it. Philip
South
Henning
Africa.
breaks the serve of David Epenyong again,
South Africa leads 3-1.
and gives the Renault SA Davis Cup team lead of 3-1 in this second set.
And such an important break for Team South Africa there, just to get ahead. And on the reverse side for David Epenyong and Team Nigeria, that was really a bit of a loose game after being made to work so hard in the previous game. He needed to sort of confirm this service game and not just capitulate.
Let's first serve.
Fourth ace of the match for Philip Henning.
Great choice of the second serve to go out wide like that.
Enjoying it. I can feel that
39.
Philip Henning is cruising to a possible victory here.
40 love.
Body language is everything, and if you look at the body language from David Epenyong, his shoulders are dropping more and more at every point that he loses. Something that Benson Isichili is going to have to speak to his player about. Stay positive. Losing his footing there, and Philip Henning also stretches his lead out to 4-1 in the second set.
Yeah, you spoke about that body language. It's such an important part in tennis, and I think it's really a bit of frustration sneaking in there for David Epenyong, because he's really tried everything. He's tried everything to get into this match. He's tried to change the pace, vary the play, and he's just always missing that last point.
So there it is. The Renault SA Davis Cup team have a handy lead in the second set, leading by 4 games to 1 against West African opponents, Nigeria, at Groenkloof Tennis Centre in Pretoria. South Africa looking to win this playoff first round tie and cement their place in World's Group 2. So it gives us a chance to talk about this whole setup of the Davis Cup, because it's a pretty important tie. A number of other playoff matches taking place in World Group 2. Look at the weather there, 33 degrees Celsius. There's some cloud around, but it's not giving us much shade at the moment, and blustery conditions, hardly a breeze around to cool the players. If South Africa wins this, they'll join 12 other winners from the World Group 2 playoffs in the World 2 ties. 26 teams will eventually face off, one country against another, in order to get into the World Group 1 playoffs the following year. Oh, bit of a miscue shot there from Philip Henning, and almost hits the chair umpire.
50 love.
The umpire laughing, so obviously didn't expect that ball to land right on his mark like that.
All's well that ends well.
Yeah, please.
Oh, that forehand of David Epenyong. Something that he will try to utilize more often. He's seen getting around the shots to try and use his forehand more often.
There's another loose point like that. This is the time David really needed to just cement this game and not let it keep Philip in the hunt for it like this.
Oh, it looked pretty good from our vantage point here. Catching the line, you can see Benson Isichili, the Nigerian captain, also rising from his chair to address the chair umpire.
Let second serve.
Oh, just catching the racket frame there. Good kicker, second serve there from David Epenyong. And caught Philip Henning unawares there, because that ball came almost at head height at him.
Yeah, that's a high altitude with the surface that grips the ball nicely. Those top spins really jump up.
David Epenyong, thinking that ball was long, he stopped playing, but credit to Philip Henning, he continued playing, and you have to play to the chair umpire's call. Oh, beautiful from Philip Henning. Recognizing that Epenyong's up at the net,
Yes.
he picked his spot and fired it off into the corner. Take a look at it. David thought that was a winner coming in. And then Philip finishing it off in style.
Just not doing enough with that volley. It was in a commanding position. And now he's back at juice on his service game.
Again, not much pace on that first serve.
Out.
Good placement of the forehand into that corner.
Advantage, Nigeria.
David Epenyong just looking to hold serve for the second time in this second set. Oh, excellent forehand onto the
Yes.
baseline. Philip Henning punching there, celebrating another fantastic point one.
You can see here he's really taking that opportunity, stepping inside the court, and it's the depth that really just puts the final nail in the coffin for him there.
Advantage, South Africa.
Both players opting to use their backhand. Very similar style in terms of the backhand, double-handed backhand, and Philip Henning winning that contest.
It was a good rally, but at the end it was really just an easy win for Philip in that contest.
Break-pointed opportunity for Philip Henning.
Thank you, the boy. Thank you. Please wait, David.
And he does it. Philip
South
Henning
Africa.
breaks once again. And this time
South
it
Africa
is
leads 5-1.
5-1, and he'll come out again to serve for this first singles match of the 2025 Davis Cup World's Group 2 playoff first round tie between the Renault SA Davis Cup team and Nigeria. It's looking all good for the host nation right now. Philip Henning has really not put a foot wrong this morning.
He's doing exceptionally well here, just stamping his authority on that match so far. Good play by both players here.
Philip Henning deciding to come into the net, and that first volley let him down a bit. It was a bit deeper than he was expecting to return it. And David Epenyong winning the points eventually. Take a look
You
at
can
that.
see that great drop. David just putting it out of reach. Probably not a great shot in terms of that the height was this high, but it was out of reach for Philip, and by that clawing back a point.
Out wide.
Love 30.
Pressure now on the serve of Philip Henning. They've been playing for an hour and 10 minutes. Again, Philip Henning going to his corner to retrieve his towel. Warm conditions, 33 degrees Celsius here in Pretoria. It feels more like 36, 37 out on their court. The dark surface already baking in the sun. That's
15-30.
point pull back for Philip.
Yeah, the great first serve up the tee, really just setting it up for him and then executing that forehand. As we've seen many times in this match, that's what he really loves to do. He's still behind 1 point on his service game, so this is going to be a very important point for Philip.
Beautiful serve out wide. Once his
30-all.
opponent was out of sight, he pulled the trigger and winning that point to pull it back at 30-all.
Great 2 points after those opening 2 points, leaving a little bit of pressure on him. He settled down, he went to the corner, took his time, and went back to those basics. That's especially that first serve got David right outside of that try alley. So great first serve from him.
And it is match point opportunity now for the Renault SA Davis Cup team, courtesy of Philip Henning. SA team looking to get off to a fantastic start, and they doing so by their #1 seed. And it goes out wide off the racket of David Epinyon. And the Renault SA Davis Cup team take a commanding 1-0 lead in this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff match. And Philip Henning winning 6-1, 6-1 in a matter of just an hour and 10 minutes.
You can see the relief on Philip Henning's face. He did a job really, really well. And as a player, I think that's the time this is the time you can relax and say, okay, I've done my part 1 of this job, and a great effort by him. Really putting Renault Team South Africa on the front foot here. And you can see team coach Petey Norval also being really, really relieved with that result.
Well, this is the moment that he sealed the victory for Team SA, and was fist pumps all round and well applauded by this crowd in attendance. Well done, Philip Henning. And there's a moment also for the cameras as well of Petey Norval, the SA captain, along with his #1 seed, Philip Henning. That's job done. First part of it though, because there's still more matches still to come in this tie. And the next match will see the #2 seed from South Africa, Chris van Wyk, taking on Christopher Bulus, who is the top-ranked player in the Nigerian team. And that's going to be an enticing battle. Pressure on the Nigerians now to pull back a point here, trying to keep them in the tie. And that will be the next game. So that's the next match that will take place here at Groenkloof Tennis Centre. It will be Chris van Wyk up against Christopher Bulus. Just sending it out and wide.
Miss it. So high altitude often plays more with your mind than necessary physically with the ball as much. Beautiful execution of that drop.
Take a look at that serve again. It's just not there for David Epenyong. Struggling in this bright sunlight. And no conviction behind his serve. But look at this fantastic volley from Henning as he comes up to the net. Excellent play. And I saw him use that quite a bit yesterday in practice on this very court. He's got
And we're here at Groenkloof Tennis Stadium, and the next match on court will be between South Africa's Chris van Wyk against Nigeria's Christopher Bulus. We're really excited to see what these two gladiators will bring us in this match 2 after Renault South Africa winning that first tie. And next we'll give you an interview for Tennis South Africa President Gavin Crooks.
President of Tennis South Africa, Gavin Crooks, joins us now. Gavin, thank you very much. It's good to be at Groenkloof Tennis Centre for this Davis Cup tie between South Africa and Nigeria. Just take us through the significance of hosting this event for Tennis South Africa and the country as a whole.
Owen, thank you very much, and it's always great to be chatting to you. So let's break it down into 3 components. Let's first of all break it down into the fact that it's a home tie, bringing international tennis to South Africa, which is always great, and an opportunity allied to that of our top players showcasing their talent to the public of South Africa, and being on television for our tennis stakeholders to see that we do have up and coming young tennis players that are making it out there. The second thing is as I say, is about having it in Gauteng, and in particular in Tshwane. Great, because Tshwane and Gauteng is where most of the tennis players are, so it's an opportunity for them to come out and support, etc. And then thirdly, the aspect of the actual tie and the importance of the tie to South Africa. We are defending our position in Group 2. Should we retain and win, and I'd like to believe we will win, well, it means we stay in Group 2, and that gives us an opportunity that if we win the tie that we will then play in September, that will then give us an opportunity for the playoffs this time next year into Group 1. And that's a progression ultimately that we'd like to follow, with the hope in the not too distant future, as we build capacity and as our players start to build their careers and their rankings, to get into the world group. So it's all about developing the footprint of tennis, and the elite form of tennis drags the rank and file, as you say, and encourages people, and it's about developing role models, and that's always been the case.
Pietie Norville, a legend of South African tennis, a silver medalist from the Olympics, leads his team for the very first time as captain. Tell us a bit more about the significance of that, because it's great to have that experience leading a very young team.
And absolutely. Pietie brings a huge amount of knowledge, experience. He and Wayne Ferreira, as you say, won the silver medal at the Olympics. His knowledge as to how you play doubles. He's also thought out of the box in terms of the program he's followed over the last 10 days when he's been working with the players. He's brought in people like Dani Visser and Christian Woods to help, who are also specialist doubles players. South Africa is traditionally being a very, very strong doubles nation, and if you look at the number of players over the many years of tennis in this country who have won slams as doubles players, I mean, from the Greer Stevens to the JL Afni Diakas, etc. It's huge. The Bob Fru Macmillans, etc. So we've got a huge history, and it's actually our base, and it's really great to see that Pietie's doing that. That said, he brings a huge amount of experience and knowledge about tennis, just in terms of having played professionally, but also in terms of his own businesses and the like. So yeah, we're incredibly excited, and we only see good things going forward here with Pietie.
Thank you very much, Gavin.
Owen, thank you, and thank you for all your support, and the public out there, come and give us your support. Thank you. Thanks, Owen. Cheers.
Well, there's a break between the first and the second matches, as the crowd have gone down to get lunch, I guess. The weather conditions, 33 degrees Celsius out here in the capital city of South Africa. We're at the Groenkloof Tennis Centre in Pretoria, and some cloud around, not much, a slight breeze blowing across the court, which is a bit more comforting for the crowd that's in attendance. Everybody looking for a bit of shade at the moment. As you know what it's like when it is as warm as this. Thunderclouds are expected to build up a bit later on this afternoon, but I don't think it's going to interfere with play at all. Well, earlier on I managed to catch up with the GM, the newly appointed GM of Tennis South Africa, and it is Anthony Moritani.
Anthony Moritani, GM of Tennis South Africa and Tournament Director right here. Anthony, fantastic to have the hosting rights to this Davis Cup tie between Nigeria and South Africa, but there's been significant investment into this facility. Just take us through that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you can, going back the last 2 years, our teams have always been playing away, and it's always just a great opportunity for us to get them to play in front of the local fans. And I think the most crucial thing is the investment in the local clubs. I think we have played the Davis Cup at the University of Pretoria, but I think today it's quite special because we brought it to one of the member districts in Gauteng. So I mean, it's a crucial area for us. Great investment in terms of facilities and the tennis court right here. So I think from here on they are able to host some of the crucial events because then we are able to invest back into our tennis community.
Let's talk about the crowd that's been in attendance. We've put in extra stands for the expected crowd to come in here to support South Africa against Nigeria. Obviously, there's also local lads and girls that's coming through to watch this. That's fantastic for the sport.
100%. I mean, we are sold out, so it's great. So I think the tennis community is coming out in numbers to come support the Renault S8 team as they go up against Nigeria. Exciting times, and I mean, it's a crucial tie for South Africa and both for Nigeria. So we want to stay in World Group 2, and I mean, with the home advantage, and the great support in numbers, I mean, it helps hugely for our team as they participate right here at home.
Well, may the best team win.
Definitely. We know which team, but I won't say anything.
And welcome back here to the Groenkloof Tennis Center in our capital, Pretoria, where Renault Team South Africa is taking on Team Nigeria in this ITF Davis Cup Group 2 clash. The weather's been really hot for the players, and we've been treated to an amazing first opening match by Team South Africa, winning that very comfortably 6-1, 6-1, and that is probably the kind of start that any captain would love to have for his team. And as we see the players, I've moved on to court, and in screen first we have South Africa's Chris van Wyk, who's going to be taking on Nigeria's Christopher Bulus, and we're expecting a great battle on court. So Chris van Wyk is a South African player, and he's also currently ranked in the mid 300s, and came off a really great season last year, winning his first M25 tournament, as well as another title of a M15, which is the men's circuit that you start gaining those valuable international ATP world ranking points. And now in screen we have Team Nigeria, led by the captain Benson Ichichele and his player Christopher Bulus, who's an experienced player in this format, and we're expecting a really strong battle from the team Nigeria in this game for sure. You can see the players warmed up, bouncing around, and ready to get the show on the road. I think for Captain Benson Ichichele, it was a tough first round, and I'm sure he's looking forward to see if he can level this tie in the second singles match of today's proceedings. And Team South Africa here, led by Captain Pidi Norval, silver medalist in the Barcelona Olympic Games, partnering Wayne Ferreira, and multiple Davis Cup representative.
28-year-old Chris van Wyk. Ranked 358 in the latest ATP rankings. Our chair umpire for this second singles match is Adil Humriti.
And the umpire asking the players, it'll be Team Nigeria making the choice for heads and tails. And it's South Africa wins the toss. Let's see what they choose. We'll hear it a second if it was, it looks like it was the side that was chosen. And the players start their 5-minute warm-up. This is a really important part of the match for players, actually just feeling the ball, getting used to the conditions, and also feeling out your opponents. These two players haven't really matched before, so it gives you a chance to sort of test a few things of their game and what you can expect from your opponent. And here I've got some stats for South Africa's Chris van Wyk, who's 28 years old and 1.86 meters tall, and the very important stat of a 360 world ranking on the ATP. That is important for any player to achieve, and also sort of signals that Chris is ready for the next tier of play on that world tour.
Chris van Wyk, born in Bellville down in the Western Cape. He reached the finals of the second M15 ITF event in Stellenbosch in December, losing to his fellow South African, Philip Henning, in that encounter.
3 minutes.
Crowd is building in anticipation. It'd be great to see Chris van Wyk in action against the most senior player in this Nigerian team, Chris Bulus, 24 years of age, another tall, lanky player standing at 1.85 m. He's the only player in this Nigerian team to have an ATP ranking at 1018 in the latest rankings. He's born in Kaduna in Nigeria. He prefers playing at a very hard surface, and his last event was the ITF M15 at Fayetteville in the USA. He plays a lot of his tennis out in the US of A, and even went to college there as well. And if you speak to him, he speaks with a very strong American accent.
Yeah, it's a great sort of path for players to take, especially from the African continent, where you don't get a lot of opportunities to participate at these sort of entry-level tour events. So having a college sort of as a stepping stone is a really important part, and it's a great developmental tool that also many South Africans use, both in the men's and the women's games.
I'd like to thank all our SABC Sport viewers for joining us. It's fantastic to bring in these visuals. My name is Owen Honey. Alongside me is a man that played at the top level of the game, made it into the top 100 at one stage.
South Africa won the toss.
It's Holger Mlosh. Holger, it is pretty warm out there, and these players will be feeling the effects, especially in this midday heat, playing at altitude. And we just saw a fantastic game earlier with Philip Henning, really giving South Africa a perfect start to this tie. How do you reckon this will go, especially with Chris van Wyk in action against the top-seeded Nigerian out of in terms of Christopher Bulus, the 24-year-old?
I'm expecting a cracker of a match here. Christopher Bulus has got the experience. He should be able to deal with the nerves well, and he has played quite a few Davis Cup ties. So from that point of view, he has the experience, and something that maybe David really battled a bit. It was, I think, mostly the emotions, but also possibly the conditions. But Chris van Wyk, also a seasoned campaigner, and looking forward to both of these really testing each other in this encounter.
Balls.
Well, Chris van Wyk is one of the
to
is
the
the
left of the
senior
champions.
member in this team at
Or
the age
balls.
of 28. He doesn't look it at all. He looks like he could be 18 years of age. He comes with a very good spirit as well. He's always a sprightly young chap that's open to talking to anybody of the public. And I love that about the South African team. Pietie Norwell, the 1992 Barcelona Olympic silver medalist, is the team captain for South Africa. And you were saying that he would like to bring about this Rassie Erasmus effect to the South African team. He wants them to
Percent,
play for pride and joy of their country and not as individuals. And I think so
Vanke,
far he's galvanized
South
this
Africa
group
to
of
serve.
young South
Ready?
Africans to possibly go on and do greater things in Davis Cup tennis. It will be Chris van Wyk to serve first
Black.
in the second match of the Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff first round tie against Nigeria's Christopher Bulus.
Love
Not the
15.
best of starts here for Chris van Wyk. Double faulting and his very first point.
Love 30.
That's two double faults in a row.
Obviously not the start that Chris would wanted to do, but I think all in all he is going after that serve, so he's staying aggressive, and the key thing is now not to get too deterred from your goal and stick to your guns. He's obviously a competent player, and I'm sure he'll rectify it. Chris van Wyk finding that forehand on that, finding the line with that forehand up the line there, and a great shot. And I'm sure that'll settle him down quite a bit.
Yeah, Christopher Bulus had to look down twice at that mark on the ground just to realize, yes, it did touch the line. I think some of the nerves may be settled now for Chris van Wyk. Yeah, excellent first serve.
38.
Chris van Wyk settling in. It is the first game of the second match. South Africa leading by 1-0 in this best of five match rubber. Excellent second serve from Chris van Wyk. A nice high
40,
kick up
that's
that Christopher Bulus could do nothing about. Coming at him at head height, and the direction of that serve was also so key because it was directly at his opponent. Body line.
And another double for Chris.
Yeah, it's amazing. You mentioned it earlier. He's trying to stay aggressive in that first serve and not holding back on speed at all.
And I think right now that's a good thing to do. You need to stick to what you know works well for you. Not panic too much about every point, and it's juice, so he's got an opportunity to seal it.
Another double fault. Just letting the door open here for Christopher Bulus to take advantage. This would be the perfect start for Team Nigeria should they hold or break the serve of Chris van Wyk. Chris under a bit of pressure. Beautiful ace there, and the aggression pays off.
That's the way to answer that question. That's a great serve up the tees. Also, no angle for the opponent to work with, and it's got so much speed off that court, so it's a great serve. So I see why he's going after your serve like this. It's a huge weapon of his.
Advantage South Africa.
Oh, Chris van Wyk digging himself out of a little hole that he created for himself. He'll have an opportunity here to serve and hold the very first game. And he does it. Chris van Wyk holds service in the first game and puts Renault SA Davis Cup team in the lead by 1-0 in this second match of the 2025 Davis Cup World's Group 2 playoff first round tie.
You can see big sigh of relief there from Pietie North that his player Chris managed to seal that first game, because it was a lot of pressure on them. And well done for Chris to really get through that game, which is important. You also saw in the corner of the screen there, the captain from Nigeria, Benson, walking up to the umpire and obviously asking him to check something. So it'll be interesting to see what he's asking about, if it's a call or if he's just asking for more water, whatever it is. But it'll be interesting to find out where he's feeling that pressure. And it's back to Christopher Bulus to see that he can win his opening service game.
Oh, and an early footfall for call there against Christopher Bulus. Exactly the same thing from David Epenyong in his very first service game, also called for foot fault. He quickly made the adjustment and wasn't called again for that violation.
You can see both players do move their feet when they're serving, so that does leave it open for you to get a little bit too close there.
Oh, second one.
And if you see that service motion, he actually lifts that front foot off a bit from the toes and moves it.
Love 30.
I guess calls like that against your serve, 2 foot faults in your first service game, can really just put you a bit of under pressure. And your body just tightens up. You start thinking about how I'm going to address this serve. And sometimes you just never recover from that.
I'd say Christopher's got the experience to deal with it well and effectively. He just needs to make sure he just starts slightly further back from that line, because he does move his foot when he rocks back like that. You can see he lifts and turns his heel.
Yeah. Using the full extent of the court. Bulus.
And there you can see Christopher Bulus really showing the player he is. likes to also be a lot more aggressive than what David showed us. And you see he takes advantage of the point nice and early. What a spectacular backhand cross court for the winner.
Yes.
Now, good change of pace there from Christopher Boulos as well.
30 all.
Didn't come to Chris van Wyk as quickly as he'd like and just wrong-footed him. Ball stayed very low there.
So that's important for Chris to take a bit of note of, because you can see that Christopher really puts on the pressure on those groundies, so he needs to find a way to neutralize them.
I get the idea, and
30-14.
the shot was on, but he's pulled it way wide. A lot wider than he wanted to, into the middle of the tram lines there. It's the second time he's done that in this game itself, so he is trying to push his opponent out wide and then open up the court for himself on the return.
Go, please. Go, boy. Thank you.
That's a great second serve under pressure. He's facing a break point, and he manages to, very similar to South Africa's Chris, actually rolling that second serve onto the body, making your opponent play at sort of head height. There's not much you can do with that ball, and a great choice of serve by Boulos.
Showing his years of experience of playing over in the United States through the college system. Oh, beautiful. Oh, is it called wide? It looked like it caught the line there for a while from our vantage point, and even Christopher Boulos is just smiling because he thought that was good.
Advantage.
Oh, that's a difficult play, because that serve was a really positive serve. It's difficult for the umpire to see that. It's obviously the further side of him, and you'd say that the line, you got to go with that line judge to say they made the right call.
Now, another breakpoint opportunity here for Chris van Wyk. And he claims it. Gives
Africa leads
Renault
2-0.
SA Davis Cup team a 2-love lead. So a brilliant start here from Chris van Wyk, the 28-year-old from South Africa.
Yeah, that's exactly the sort of kind of start you wanted as a captain for Team South Africa, Petey Norval. Both players taking a bit more time. First serve there by Chris van Wyk, just powering that ball up the tee. And after that hard-fought first game, that's probably exactly what we was hoping for, some early first serves in the court.
15 all.
Once again, a fantastic first serve from Christian Bake.
13.
All of a sudden, he's finding his range, and that first serve percentage is edging up in favour, in a more favourable position, I should say.
You can see some strapping there from Chris van Wyk, just probably more preventative, we hope.
Now, I wonder if it's knee or ITB, because that goes up the left-hand side of his thigh.
It is supporting
30
his
all.
patella as well as the ITB,
That's it,
so
yeah.
it'll be maybe just the patella just feeling a bit of pain on it, as often happens for tennis players.
He's a key member of this team, senior member of the Renault SA Davis Cup team. They'll be counting on his experience, along with Philip Hennon. Getting a bit of movement in the crowd here.
The crowd getting very vocal here, supporting the hometown.
And it goes out long,
In South Africa.
getting the crowd
South
to
Africa leads 3 games to love.
get up and applaud him. They're enjoying what they're seeing so far. South Africa take a huge lead in this opening set by 3 games to love.
Oh, it's great play by Chris van Wyk, just making sure he sticks to his guns and really doing it well, overpowering his opponent in that. And here we can see the crowds gathering and supporting Renault Team South Africa. It's always amazing as a player to get that kind of support, because it doesn't happen for them often. They do play a lot of their tennis outside of the country, and that's why a home tie like this is just worth gold for the players. And what a great start for today so far, with the first match going all one-way traffic to Team South Africa, 6-1, 6-1, and following this up with an early break in that second match, where South Africa's Chris van Wyk serving first, going ahead 3-0.
A very simple put away from Christopher Bullis,
13 love.
playing in his third Davis Cup for Team Nigeria.
Making it look very simple in that point, but he put in the hard yards, did Chris van Wyk there, being chased from corner to corner. And great experience by Christopher Bullis to finish it in style.
Another easy put away for Christopher Bullis,
30 love.
making Chris van Beek run across the court. It's much better play from the Nigerian.
Yeah, he's changed a bit of his serve. He'd be in the previous game, a lot of serves up the middle to the tee, and now he's serving out wide quite a bit more.
Clever play from
13,
Chris van
15.
Beek, going for the lob shot there. And Christopher Bullis was in all sorts of trouble there. He couldn't retreat. He fast enough to get to that shot. As he comes in, spotting that he's come to the net, goes for the lob shot. And Bullis was retreating, but not fast enough. Now, just to give you some insight about Chris Bullis. As I mentioned before, he's played in previous Davis Cup encounters. Oh, great crosshand or cross-court forehand winner there
14,
from
15.
Christopher Bullis. He played Benjamin Locke from Zimbabwe in last year's Davis Cup tie Group A contest, and Benjamin Locke is the second highest ranked African player after the injured Lloyd Harris. Just showing you that he has plenty of potential and a player that can't be taken for granted in this Davis Cup tie.
What a great point from both players.
14, 13.
Chris opting to really just get that slice nice and low on the forehand and forcing that error from Bullis. And as you mentioned, Christopher Bullis is definitely well experienced. You can see it in this game, just the way he approaches each of the points and really putting pressure on his opponents, being very aggressive in those first shots.
Nigeria.
And Christopher Bullis holds serve for the first time in the opening
South
set.
Africa leads 3 games to 1.
That's all. Chris van Beek leads comfortably by 3-1. Yeah, much better constructed game management there from Christopher Bullis, changing things up a couple of times. Another thing I also noticed at that changeover, he's changed his shoes. So opting for another pair of shoes, maybe a bit more grip on it as well. Great forehand, kept very low on Chris van Beek there. Oh, there we go. Now it is his second pair of shoes that Christopher Bullis put on after the last changeover. He's going to have to bend over anyway to tie those shoelaces. Interesting that he started with one pair and very early on decided to go for another pair. Different brand as well.
Love 30.
Bit of frustration there from Chris van Wyk, as that is his fifth double fault of the match so far. Oh, and it looks like Benson BC Chile is not happy with something. He's remonstrating with the chair umpire, complaining about a foot fault from Chris van Wyk. He's obviously keeping an eye there because his player was called for 2 foot faults in the very first game. Beautiful shot across the court, and it just bounces inside the court area, and fantastic for the Nigerian. Christopher Bulus gives himself an opportunity here to break back and get into this encounter. Nothing that Chris van Wyk could do about that. Look at that, 3 breakpoint opportunities. When you need a serve,
13-40.
Chris van Wyk pulls 1 break point. Back already. Can he do it again? Yes, he can.
13-40.
Ace of the match. Stand up and deliver.
2 great serves, but he's still going to face another break point right here.
And he does it again. From love 40 down, he pulls it back to deuce. That is bravery at its very best. Can you give me some thundercloud shots? Okay.
Please, thank you.
Great second serve by Chris van Wyk,
South
just spinning that ball again very high. It's around head height for Christopher Bulus to deal with, and straight back on the body. And from facing 3 break points down, he's here trying to close this game.
The backhand of Chris van Wyk. Just taking, easing some of the pressure on Christopher Bulus, who didn't have to come up with a winner there.
Yeah, that ball must have shot off the surface as well, because Chris van Wyk was left missing a step there on that backhand.
Question both good. Replay points.
Umpire rules that T serve. Christopher Bull is not sure if he fully agrees. I'm not sure if that is wishful thinking or what it was, and because the umpire called it straight away, there was no doubt in his mind.
Good call from Adil Kumriti. Replay the point. And it's a good serve.
Advantage South Africa.
Love that second serve of his. I mean, it's just nice, good
Ball,
spin on it
please.
as
Ball
well.
point.
Puts pressure on the return of Christopher Bulus.
He's getting a lot more variation now, which is also putting that extra bit of work or guessing for Christopher Bullis.
Net for service.
Oh wow, two spectacular shots there. That serve straight on the body and then finding, I think, the outside of both lines there with that inside-out forehand out wide. What a great way to seal that game after being love 40 down on your own serve, to come back and win it in that fashion. And by that going ahead 4-1 for Team South Africa.
And Benson Isichili again off his seat and remonstrating with the chair umpire. So South Africa leading by 4 games to 1, thanks to that early break from Chris van Wyk. Good crowd in attendance here at Groen Kloof Tennis Center. And Christopher Bullis, he was very surprised at that last point. He thought it was out. Looked immediately over to his team to say, you know, is it really out or is it in? I see it as out. What do you guys think? Well, I'll tell you what, the chair umpire agreed with the linesman and said, yeah, it is definitely in.
Yeah, you've got, interestingly enough, Captain Benson actually backing that call. So he's telling Christopher Bullis, calm down, that ball was good. But then immediately switching gears back to foot fault. And he stood up and explained to the umpire how he thinks Chris is creating a foot fault by twisting the back heel over the line. And the umpire had none of it in terms of his gestures to him.
Legs back on, and Christopher Bullis looking to find a way back into this encounter for his Nigerian team, who are currently 1-0 down after losing the first singles match.
Thoughts?
Great construction at that point from Christopher Bullis. Going left, right, and asking a lot of questions of Chris van Wyk. Trying to get his opponent to run and tire him out as much as possible.
They're missing that backhand.
13-15.
Missed a few of that in a similar fashion. It's interesting. He really tries to get that extra bit of angle on it. But I think it's just too flat to do that. He needs to create a lot more rip or topspin on that to make that ball dip.
Interesting was he takes it almost behind himself to pull it back into the court. Double fault.
30 all.
First of the match for Christopher Bullis, as compared to the 5 double faults that Chris van Wyk has fired off already.
Mostly in just that first opening game, interestingly enough. So he's managed to recover pretty well after that first game. And you could hear the crowd was giggling a bit, but it was just because the poor ball kids on that ad side of the court, Christopher Bullis keeps bouncing that serve right into their space.
Net for service.
Oh, unlucky for Christopher Bullis. What a great serve. He got Chris 2 steps outside of that. Is a Tram alley, getting him really wide on the court. And somehow Chris van Wyk managed to push that ball right back on the baseline.
Break points opportunity here for Chris van Wyk. Can he capitalize?
Watch.
Oh, it's been called out.
Was a very late call by the
Yeah.
linesperson. You can see umpires checking.
It's game.
I can understand Captain Benson's frustration there, because that did not
Game
look like a
South
confident
Africa
call.
leads at 5-2.
That's the thing that makes you really angry as a player as well. If you're not sure, if the linesperson doesn't look sure about the call, then you sort of feel, was it
Yep.
really like that?
So, it has been called out wide, and for the second time in this open set, Chris van Wyk has broken the serve of Christopher Bullis to give South Africa a 5-1 lead. Rather controversially at the end of that 6th game. Yeah, from our vantage point, it definitely looked like it hit the line.
Lot 15.
Another double there for Chris van Wyk. It's tough to see from here. I mean, the ball was definitely on the outside of the line, either just touching it or just next, and it's not an easy call as a linesperson at all. I think the only thing that the players will dig into is that it wasn't done with confidence. So it's really, even the linesperson was second guessing themselves.
And Benson Isichili, the team captain from Nigeria, he was immediately off his chair and barking at the chair umpire.
What a beautiful backhand
Lot
by
13.
Christopher. He really gets a lot of work on that backhand, making his opponent move that extra step, and he can also pull it in either direction. It's difficult to read as an opponent. Is he going to go up the line? Is he going to go cross court? And then it comes off the racket that fast.
It's pretty deceiving also because his back is almost at his opponent. So when it does come off the racket, like you said, you don't know if it's going to go to his opponent's forehand or backhand. Good recovery. That's an easier put away for Chris van Wyk.
13-13.
Excellent recovery from Christopher Bullis there, and picking the right side from that smash from Chris van Wyk.
Yeah, and well done. Really making Chris van Wyk play that extra ball, which is critical in any match.
Oh, and it goes long.
15-14.
That was a spectacular rally from both players. And that shows that Christopher Bullis, the quality player he is, he can really put pressure on his opponent. Not just moving him side to side, but also taking the angle you give him and raising the stakes.
Well, pressure is on Chris van Wyk. Facing a break point here. Two of them. And he gives it away. Christopher Bullis finds a way through and breaks
We'll
back.
change the new balls, please.
And pulls a game back for
South Africa leads
Nigeria.
5 games to 2.
South Africa still leading the first set by 5 games to 2.
That'll be a bit concerning for PD Norval. He needs to make sure his player sticks to his game, because what's coming out very clearly, if you give Christopher Bulus the space to play and settle in his game, he does put pressure on him.
Time.
Welcome back to the Groen Kloof Tennis Centre in the capital city of South Africa, Pretoria, for this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff first round tie between Renault SA Davis Cup team up against Nigeria. It is the South Africans that have a comfortable 5-2 lead in the first set of the second match. But Chris van Wyk, bit of alarm bells going off there after the last game, dropping his serve and just leaving a slight opening for Christopher Bulus of Nigeria.
That was a great play by Chris van Wyk, just to say, I'm not going away. You'll have to keep that level that high to make an impact.
Oh, good first serve there from Christopher Bulus. Out wide to the backhand of Chris van Wyk. Ooh, that looked a bit long, and Chris van Wyk looks at the ground once again. Ball was called good.
There you can see why Christopher Bulus is so dangerous. That is a great play from him.
Shakes the head from Chris van Wyk. Just, he feels that he's just letting too many unforced errors go here. Instead of applying the pressure on his opponent, he's just releasing the pressure that he's built up when he went up 5-1. And all of a sudden, you know, it looks like Christopher Bulus is getting back into this match.
Game 9-0.
Oh, it is 5-3. Fortunately for Chris van Wyk, he's
South Africa leads
the earlier break.
3.
Oh, that was a great couple of games from Christopher Bulus, getting himself back into this match. It's only one break now. And in a rally situation, he's just streaks ahead at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how Chris van Wyk responds to that pressure right now.
Well, he needs that first serve to come to his aid. And here it is. Ace number 3. Brilliantly placed down the tee. No doubt about it.
I can see that placement is just perfect. And look at the speed, even on the slow-mo, it's fast.
30 love.
He's showing off now. We said he needs that first serve to come to the party. And it seems it has arrived.
Coach Owen doing his magic.
That's 40
That was
love.
wide.
That's smart play by Chris van Wyk there. It's showing some experience. He's making the opponent having to beat him in that play, not trying to do too much.
And it's set point for Chris van Wyk. There we go.
And first set to South Africa. 6 wins to
Can you
3.
believe it? After such a strong comeback from Christopher Bullis, it seemed like it was an easy game, but it was all Chris van Wyk's experience showing how to close that door on a difficult situation. So I'm excited about this second set. I think these guys are going to test each other to the maximum.
And he didn't miss a first serve in that last game, just showing you how important it is to the armory of the South African 28-year-olds. Holding serve, winning that first set 6-3 in just 46 minutes. It's hard work for both these players. It's extremely warm here in Pretoria. Chris van Wyk holding his nerve, went up by 2 breaks. Bullis pulled one back, then it was Chris van Wyk who held his nerve in the 9th game to give South Africa a 1-set-to-love lead in the second match of this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff first round tie.
And you can see the Nigerian captain Benson speaking to his player and just encouraging him, because he actually played really well. That second half of that set was actually all Christopher Bullis, except those first 4 serves from Chris van Wyk in the final game. So it's a great setting up to be a great battle here.
Time.
Both players taking the maximum time they can on this break, and I don't blame them. It is hot out there. And Christopher Bullis will take the second set away on with his serve.
Second set, Nigeria to serve.
Well, welcome back to our live coverage.
Hot.
And South Africa lead by a set to love going into the second set of this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff first round tie at Groenkloof Tennis Centre. Chris van Wyk in action against Christopher Bullis after taking that first set pretty comfortably.
Another great serve by Christopher Bullis, just
13.
dragging his opponent all the way out of the court. There's not much he can do after that. The court is open. And it's the turn for Christopher Bullis to find the corners and the lines. Again, sets up another great first serve that opened that court up fully.
Well, we spoke about the experience of Bullis. He's played in 9 brilliant put away there from Christopher Bullis. Well, he's played in, we beg your pardon, 8 singles
40,
Davis
15.
Cup ties and has only lost once before. So this man knows how to win matches. He knows how to pick apart opponents. He's even played on the Challenger Tour over in the US of A. So he is a dangerous player. And Chris van Wyk will have to have his guard up against him here. Yeah, there we go. Showing
Nigeria.
his experience, his vast experience,
First
the
game,
24-year-old
second set.
Christopher Bullis. An easy put away to hold serve at the start of the second set.
Oh, very interesting game for me because Christopher Bullis came out, I'd say, a little bit slack in that first point all of a sudden, but that definitely got him right. The next 3 points being really strong plays from him and a great effort.
Yeah, we're getting the Mexican wave going here at the Groenkloof Tennis Center. As we look at the court there now, this is pretty interesting, Holger, because this surface has been resurfaced in the past few weeks, and it is pretty abrasive. And all those spots there that you see is the fluff coming off the balls as the players serve and hit the court surface, showing you how abrasive it is, and that's what takes the speed off the ball and gives the players also that spin, the top spin, and as well as the high bounce that's experienced here.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, I mean, the surface does accentuate those spins and the bounces, which is actually a true sort of reflection of that. So that's always what the players, I think most players will enjoy. But if you're not used to it with a high altitude, it can give you some trouble.
Very loose shot there from Chris van Wyk. Just losing his feet. Not moving fast enough to get around to that forehand and put him out of position.
Yeah, the ball kept following him, so he couldn't get his feet out of the way there. I think what he was trying to achieve is the right thing, but the ball was just a bit wider than he obviously had anticipated. And then ending up making him frame it. Play by Chris van Wyk. That's the best ground shot rally I've seen him play in his last 5 games. That was a great effort from him. Christopher Bullis has that ability to turn your angle and put the pressure back on you. And what Chris van Wyk did really well here was just to stick to his game and manage to get out on top of that rally.
Double fault again from Chris van Wyk, and that's number 7. Piling them on now. This is something that Pieter Norville, the SA captain, will look at after this match. The number of double faults. He's either going to say, okay, my player went for it, and that shows that intent, or he needs to just pull it back in a little bit, because we know those points can come back to bite you at a later stage in the match. Good second serve there from Chris van Wyk. Nice kick off the surface. If you were the coach, I mean, looking at all those double faults, it depends on which side you come out. If you're in the winning side, you don't mind. But if you're on the losing side, you say, well, there's it. That's how you lost the match.
Yeah, so Owen, to your point, is, for a player like Chris, he needs to have a certain amount of aggression in that serve. If he slows down the serve too much, he gives away too much of what makes him a great player. So I think running on, what are we on now, 7 double faults is too much. But he will always miss a few. So for his game style, having a few doubles is not a crisis, because he also goes after that second serve quite heavily.
Oh, errant shot there from Chris van Wyk.
Nigeria.
And it gives Christopher Bulus a breakpoint opportunity here.
What I would venture to say is on his second serve, I don't think he's using enough variation. Basically, 8 out of 10 serves, rolling back onto the body, only very effective if the ball is sort of head height higher. And that's where he's feeling a bit of pressure on that serve, and I think that's why he's going for too many doubles right now. And coming back to the first serve, that's where he's got the variation, and that's why he can nail that in quite easily for him, because he's creating doubt in the opponent. Christopher Bulus has started to read that second serve.
Very intelligent tennis player in shot at the moment. And he's just biting his lip there because he missed a good opportunity there to break the serve of Chris van Wyk. There's that big serve. And the line judge had to take evasive action.
Advantage, Nigeria.
And there's another double creeping in.
Number 8 from Chris van Wyk.
Sets up another break point for Nigeria's Christopher Bulus.
Pressure on the second serve of Chris van Wyk. Facing a break point.
Second service.
And it's gone long.
Nigeria.
Definitely went long. Christopher Bulus
Nigeria leads the
breaks the
2-0.
serve of Chris van Wyk in the second set. How crucial will that be in the outcome of this game? Nigeria now have a 2-love lead in the second set.
Interestingly enough, Chris van Wyk being very tentative in that last point. Had 2 opportunities to dominate that ground play and actually just held back because he obviously felt he didn't want to give away that serve.
It's Christopher Bulus, it seems to be dictating matters. His serve has just ramped up a bit of a notch there or two.
Good
Second serve there from Bulus as well.
Yeah, it seems like Christopher Bullis has really gotten into the head of Chris van Wyk. So Chris needs to take time between the points and get back to his magic.
Out. 30-13.
Still very good intent from Christopher Bullis. He's jumping around behind the baseline there, trying to get the blood flow going, trying to stay positive in this point, taking every point by its merit. Brilliant play from both these gladiators out on court. Beautiful drop shot from Bullis and asking a lot of Chris van Wyk. He got the skates on, got to the point, but in the end it was Bullis that came up with the answer and the point. Yeah, that was the previous point. Hold serve here, and he'll give Nigeria a 3-love lead in the second set. Oh, rather fortunate.
40-13.
Chris van Wyk catches the net cord and just has enough in it to bounce on the other side.
I think he owes that net cord a kiss right there.
And it's gone long.
Nigeria.
Christopher Bullis holds serve to give Nigeria a 3-love lead in the second set.
Time.
Well, welcome back to the Groen Kloof Tennis Center out in Pretoria. We in action in this 2025 Davis Cup World's Group 2 playoff first round tie between Renault SA Davis Cup team and up against Nigeria. And it is the West African country that has a 3-love lead in the second set of the second match. Christopher Bullis able to come up with the answers so far for the Super Eagles. Chris van Wyk looking to break back. Yeah, good positive play from Chris van Wyk there, opting to come to the net after a great forehand.
Yeah, it'll be critical for Chris van Wyk on his serve just to get a game that he feels he's dominated and that he's won easier than the last 3 that he's really had to battle hard for.
That's the 4th ace from Chris van Wyk.
What a great ace it is, going all out wide. Another strong serve there. Ball skidding off that line.
Something you would have noticed about Chris van Wyk now is up the tempo. He doesn't waste much time between points. I think that might be a game plan of his.
At first service.
Gets to his mark, bounce the ball a couple of times. and fires off a massive first serve.
Game South Africa.
Spoke about speed, and he
Nigeria
really
needs
delivers
to
them
against the wall.
to find his way into the second set, holding serve for the first time. Nigeria lead 5-1. 3-1, I beg your pardon.
No answer for him there. That was actually a great serve.
So Chris van Wyk coming up with the goods. Still down a break. Nice backhand. Seems to be working for Chris van Wyk now. Taking the pace off the ball. I think Bulos is not used to that. He doesn't like it. He wants with a bit of pace on it.
Yeah, he does use the pace of his opponent really well in the ground rallies.
Got a feeling that might be Pieter Novel's advice. Use that backhand slice. Take the pace off the ball. Yeah, the pace completely off the ball there from Christopher Bulos. He's left an open door in the corner here, but unfortunately for Chris van Wyk, just rises a bit too much for him. That's long again.
13-30.
In the context of the game, this is an important point now for Chris van Wyk.
Yeah, if he gets another view of a second serve as he did in the previous point, he was just hanging back too much on that second serve. He needs to come forward and be very aggressive on this hit to signal to Bulos what his intent is.
Oh, fantastic drop shot. Does he get there? Yes, he does. But an easy put away for Christopher Bulos. Oh, how quick was Chris van Wyk to get across to that ball? It was dropping on him. Take a look at this again. Pushing him out wide and then decides for the drop shot. Look at the speed from Chris van
Ladies and
Wyk.
gentlemen, please wait until the end of the point.
It was just a bit too much in it and an easy put away for Christopher Bulos. Great point indeed.
That's the way to respond to that for Chris van Wyk. What a great return. He takes that ball aggressively up the line and all the pressure is back on Christopher Bulos.
Breakpoint opportunity here for the South African, the senior statesman in the team at the age of 28. He needs to pull back a break in order to get himself back into this set. Fortunately, catching the ball boy in the corner.
Solid play by Christopher Bulos, just sticking to the basics, getting that serve nice and wide, and then using that open court, finish off that point. Great play.
Poor return off the serve there from Chris van Wyk. Very short, and it allowed Bulos to come off the baseline very quickly and put the pressure on Chris van Wyk. You can hear the cries from the crowd here. They're pretty upset from what they're seeing at the moment. They all invested into this match. They want to see Chris van Wyk fight his way back into the set. It's advantage. Christopher Bulos holding serve. It'll give him a 4-1 lead.
Another great return from Chris van Wyk. That's what he needs to keep doing. Even if he misses a few of those, he needs to tell Christopher Bullis that he's here to take that game from him. If he hangs back and they get into a slugfest, Christopher Bullis is the one who gets out of those on top most of the time.
Again, pace taken off the ball there from Chris van Wyk, and that led to the unforced error from the Bullis racket. Getting to him a bit later, he was almost through the shot too early. That backhand return.
Advantage.
Reply
Nigeria.
from Christopher Bullis there. Clouds are coming over. There's a bit of a thunderstorm building in the distance. Let's hope it doesn't interfere with play.
Game.
And
Nigeria.
Christopher Bullis holds serve in the fifth game.
Nigeria leads by 4
give-
games to 1.
Nigeria a 4-1 lead in the second set. It's a major turnaround here from Christopher Bullis after going down in that opening set by 6 games to 3.
And Christopher Bullis really relieved. You see him pumping his racket there. I think that meant a lot to him to get through that game. Would have been a very different story at 3-2, where he's now leading 4-1. It is still just at 1 break, but Chris van Wyk does need to stamp his authority on some of those ground rallies. They need to discuss a way for him to feel comfortable in that. He does look uncomfortable to me from the outside, so he does need to find a way that he can make an impact on his opponent.
And if you look at the match stats, just 1 double fault from Christopher Bullis.
Time.
8 double faults so far from Chris van Wyk, but you can see what he's trying to do, because he's got 4 aces to go with that. So he's firing on all cylinders in that first serve, giving it everything he can to unsettle his opponent. However, it's costed him dearly in the second set, in which he trails by 4 games to 1. What do you think Pitti would have said to Chris in that change of sides?
Just looking at the body language, I think he's trying to get Chris just to stick to his game a bit more. He did take his foot off the pedal as soon as Bullis started to push back on some of those rallies in that 5th game in the first set. And he needs to keep doing his work here.
13
Good start from Chris van Wyk. Nice sliced service there, out wide. Easy put away from Chris van Wyk.
30
It's
left.
intent here at the start of the 6th game of the second set.
Yeah, and a great intent there that he's showing. Nice variation in that first serve as well.
Box. Net. Second service.
The second serve, you think it's at the body of Bullis?
Net. Second service. Out. 40 left.
Good partisan support here for Chris van Wyk, cheering every point that he wins. I think this would do his confidence the world of good, holding
Please, thank you.
Bullis to love. And he does it indeed.
South Africa. Joueur
What a
elite
great
voor
game.
game set 2.
And, I think Piri Norville, probably the advice he was giving, make sure you stick to those calls on your serve. Go for those that you're confident in. Open the court out with that serve out wide, and much better variation on his serve in this game specifically.
Well, just taking a look at the other World Group 2 encounters that's on the go at the moment. The playoffs taking place all around the world, and Cyprus have beaten Thailand to book their spot in World Group 2 by 3 matches to love. Joining them is Estonia, who beat Venezuela. Some of those ties starting on Friday already.
Great play from both players, and Bullis just not
15 love.
panicking on those plays, keeping the balls nice and low on these approaches. If you look here, that's a great fetch from him, opening the court, and then this is a great approach, not easy to execute, and from that position finishing it off with that beautiful backhand volley. We're tempted to say that's an unforced. We've seen it a few times from Christopher Bullis, not regularly, but every now and then he just sprays that backhand all the way wide. And it's after hitting such strong backhands that your opponent is sort of left off the hook, which is, I'm sure, something Chris van Wyk would have appreciated in that point.
It's almost like he hooks that backhand of his, and it's happened on several occasions already, you're right. Yeah, it was called
30-15.
Can see the disappointment in Chris van Wyk there. That's something he was trying to build that point, get some authority stamped onto that, and just let it slip away. That's a great serve. Touching that outside line, nice and short, so the ball goes extremely wide on it. And with that, setting up 2 game points to go ahead 5-2 in the second set.
Game Nigeria.
Just hold serve, giving Nigeria a
Change Newell, please.
5-2 lead in the second set.
Nigeria leads 5 games to 2.
It's a good service game there from Bullis, and also just using that kicker towards the body of Chris van Wyk. Van Wyk having to use his feet to get out of the way to return the ball, and it just gives Bullis the opportunity then to open up the court for himself. And Chris van Wyk also feeling the heat here in Pretoria, not only from his opponent but also from the extreme temperatures.
You can see Piri here really speaking to his player just to make sure he keeps putting pressure on his opponent. Mentally, it'll be really important for him to stay and hold his serve now, so he doesn't, because the serve is a critical thing of his game or component of his game, and he doesn't want to give that initiative away unnecessarily.
There's the crowd in attendance here at Groen Kloof Tennis Centre. They're loving the action. Many of them looking for the shade under the main grandstand. The braver souls have gone to the far side of the court, to the open grandstands, but the umbrellas are out, looking for any bit of shade they can get. Beautiful facility in the heart of Pretoria, not far from Fountain Circles. A lot of trees around also. And it is Chris van Wyk from South Africa, the 28-year-old, to serve.
15 love.
Nice solid point from a Chris van Wyk
Please, behind the
perspective.
player, don't make
I think
any
Christopher
calls.
Bullis-
There's a line umpires for that. Thank you.
Umpire asking.
Oh, brilliant serve down the tee
30
from
love.
Chris van Wyk. Asking for that energy, that first serve to come in. And I think at this point of the match, it's also important to keep your opponent as honest as possible. You can't be predictable. Let's just change things up a bit and ask the questions. And that's what he's doing.
40 love.
Yeah, you can see a huge difference on how he's approaching this game. And that is really good for him to just confirm that he is good enough on his service game. And that's exactly what he had shown us in that first set.
Oh, another double fault.
40-15.
Oh, and it's starting to rack up. We're almost into double figures. He's sitting at 9 double faults so far for this match. It's unforgivable. And I think, personally, Chris van Wyk will look at it and say, that's just way too many for his liking too.
Game South Africa.
Great serving by Chris van Wyk.
Nigeria leads.
And by that,
by 5 games
holding
to
that
3.
service game and putting the question back to his opponent, Christopher Bullis, to see if he can finish the set.
So Bullis will get the opportunity to serve for the second set now. Leading 5-3. Chris van Wyk trying to take that ball as early as possible. Stepping up closer towards the baseline as Bullis serves. Unforced errors that Chris van Wyk is making now, that's leaving the door open for his Nigerian opponent. Just 2 points away from forcing this encounter into a third. Bullis looking amused at that forehand cross-court winner, catching the line, and it must be said it was the outside of the line. Take a look at it again. It was a decent return also from Chris van Wyk, and he gets around to force that forehand and catches the line, and it was good.
Another great return by Chris van Wyk, just creating that depth and forcing that error of his opponent there.
30 all it is. This could be a crucial point here for Chris van Wyk. He needs this one just to put the pressure back on Bullis. And it was a poor return.
40-30.
And it is set points for Christopher Bullis, the 24-year-old from Nigeria, to send this into a third set. And he does it
Again, in second
with a
set,
fantastic serve out wide.
Nigeria.
Christopher
6 games to
Bullis
3.
hold serve, taking the
1-0.
second set 6 games to 3. It's a huge turnaround for Nigeria after losing the opening set 6-3. It's the same scoreline in the second set, but in favor of Christopher Bullis, and it's all to play for in the third in this 2025 Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff first round encounter between Renault SA Davis Cup team and Nigeria. We aim for a stellar finish to the opening day.
Christopher Bullis can be very happy to have achieved that.
Olga Lush alongside myself, Owen Honey, as we're calling this Davis Cup tie between Renault SA Davis Cup team and Nigeria. The second match currently locked at 1 set apiece. The towel is draped over the warm head of Chris van Wyk. Pietie Norville is the SA captain that's trying to get the most out of his player here. On the other side, the Nigerian captain,
Time.
Benson Isicheli, talking to Christopher Bullis, the most senior player in this young Nigerian team. It's been good going from Bullis in the second set, forcing his opponent into multiple mistakes in that second set, and he was the one to capitalize on it. The Nigerian flag raised proudly in the behind the dugout there of the Nigerian players. Chair umpire for this encounter is Adil Kumriti.
Final set,
Into a
South
third
Africa to
set we
serve.
go. It is the South African Chris van Wyk who will serve first in this deciding third.
Great positive first serve from Chris van Wyk just to get the third set on the go.
There was a positive yes being held out in the crowd here. Excellent second serve from Chris van Wyk. I say it's been great officiating so far in these two matches. We must compliment our line judges as well as the chair umpire for the way they conducted themselves, and especially in these warm conditions. Can't be easy being out there. What a rally that was! And Christopher Bullis comes up with a winner down the line. Must have been a 12-shot rally there.
Spectacular play from both players. Chris van Wyk taking the early initiative, but getting turned over. And then look at that slice, just pushing back his opponent. Forehands just creating that extra bit of space. And here we go, that backhand ending that rally up the line.
He's that forehand of Bullis. I think when he pulls the trigger, pulls it out wide, it can be quite dangerous. But an excellent return from Chris van Wyk also there to stay in the point.
Net. Second service.
Ooh.
30.
Into double figures we go in terms of double faults for Chris van Wyk, 10th of the match. Yeah, kind of left speechless. Can't believe it. Didn't expect this from Chris van Wyk in terms of his serving. He's pretty solid at the best of times. We've mentioned it a couple of times about the backhand of Bulus. Sometimes he pulls off this spectacular, and other times he just hooks it way outside of court. And that was a good example of how bad that hook can go.
Juice.
Both players not getting that unforced error count up. Energy sapping stuff here from both players. Chris van Wyk taking the first set 6-3. Bulus fighting back to take it by the same scoreline, forcing this encounter into a third.
Out. Advantage. South
Well
Africa.
left, Chris van Wyk. He wasn't sure on that bounce, but great serve is what gave him that opportunity. Serving out wide, extra bit of work on that ball.
Advantage, Chris van Wyk. Oh, beautifully taken.
South Africa.
Not allowing the ball to bounce there and taking
First game,
it pretty
final set.
early down the line. Very confident finish to that point for Chris van Wyk to give Team South Africa a 1-love lead in the third.
That was a great first game for Chris van Wyk's point of view to close it off in that manner. And even from Christopher Bulus, he did put a lot of pressure on that Van Wyk serve.
Taking a look at some of the other World Group 2 playoff matches taking place around the world. Saudi Arabia taking on Ireland at the moment. Ireland comfortably leading that tie 4-love. And they decided to play the fifth match as well. Cyprus already through, beating Thailand 3-love. Slovenia in action in their very first match against Indonesia. Estonia booking their spot in World Group 2 with a 3-love victory over Venezuela. And still to be played, Dominican Republic up against
Metro
Bolivia
service.
later today. Over 158 countries involved in Davis Cup
Net
tennis.
for service.
And an excellent put away from Bulus. Catching the baseline on 2 occasions there. And the line umpire had his hands out in front of him. He said it was good on both occasions.
Yeah, both players testing each other to the maximum right now.
That was the first time. Oh, in fact, it was the second time already.
Love.
You can see the frustration just growing on the face, though, on Chris van Wyk. He looks a bit hot and flustered out there. This is the point where his teammates need to get behind him as well, be a bit more vocal out there. It is a team competition after all.
30-15.
Much better return from Chris van Wyk there. Taking his time between points here, Chris van Wyk. Coming in on a great shot down the line. And then forcing Bullis out wide. He thought he had won the point there, but unfortunately the volley that he played just didn't have enough purchase on it. Look at that coming up. Yeah, unfortunately dropping on him there, but just got behind him ever so slightly. Bullis has a chance now to hold serve. And he does indeed.
Nigeria.
It is 1-1 in the third
One
set.
more.
And both players raising their game, bringing together those difficult plays for their opponent. On that second last point, you could see Chris van Wyk coming to the net, playing the right game. There was no question about it, but Bullis just managed to dip that ball and creating that pressure. So
Question is, who's going to crack first in this deciding third set?
Love 15.
Double fault. And ladies and gentlemen, that is double fault number 11 from Chris van Wyk. Oh, Christopher Bullis with a fantastic drop shot there, and he had to put the skates on. Chris van Wyk, he got to the ball eventually, but put it back over the net at a comfortable height for his West African opponent, the 24-year-old, to put it away quite comfortably in the end. And take a look at that drop shot. Fantastic. Good effort from Chris van Wyk to get to it eventually. Easy put away for Christopher Bullis. Ooh, it's a dangerous score now. 30 love, or love 30. Van Wyk will have to be careful. Well, it looked like it was wide. Chair umpire. Let's have a look at that again. We have the opportunity to look at it again. Chris van Wyk playing that ball down the line. Chris Bullis couldn't believe what he saw there because he believed it was out. And this is it. And this is the shot down the line. Oh. Hope we can see that again.
Strong play by Chris van Wyk.
30 all.
Yeah, this is that point from early on, the contentious issue. Did it catch the line or not? Yes, it did.
Looks very much online on this angle. So well done to
Good
Chris
call.
van Wyk.
Good call indeed. Yeah, if he'd missed that,
Please.
that would have been
Go back. Bobo,
love
thank
40
you.
down. Very much in huge trouble, giving away his service at a crucial point in this match, the deciding third.
What a great reach. Unfortunately, not enough for him. But spectacular reach from
40,
Christopher
30.
Bullis there.
Yeah, credit to the 24-year-old Nigerian. It's good anticipation from him because it could go either way. He chose the right side and then still had the ability to reach it overhead. Take a look at that again. Ooh, what a reach it was to put it back in play again. And then the put away from Chris van Wyk. Brilliant play all round.
Game South Africa.
Second serve there from Chris van Wyk.
South Africa
Actually
leads the two
outside
games
of
to one.
the centre line. And hold serve. Phew.
Very much.
He had to work for that because he was left 30 down, and then there was that contentious call down the line that could have, that just caught the line, in fact, but had it been any wider, I mean, just a couple of mils in it, he would have faced a left 40 down, given 3 breakpoint opportunities to his opponent. At the end of the day, came back strongly to win the next 4 points, and keeps himself in this encounter, keeps South Africa in this encounter. I mean, that's the beauty of Davis Cup tennis. It's called the World Cup of tennis. I mean, it's a team event, men's team event, requires the best from all of your players. And you don't want to let anybody down.
It's great to see the South African team participating in this match. So you've got some of the other players really giving good advice there,
Time.
seeing what they're noticing in the game. And interestingly enough, this is the first changeover I've seen Christopher Bullis looking a bit more wary and a little bit more down. And all the previous, since about the 7th game in that first set, he's been having a really good energy about him.
Also interesting to see Alec Beckley getting up from the South African bench here and also coming over to his teammate to give him a bit more encouragement. As I said before, it's a team event. You need every bit of momentum on your side. You need the South African partisan crowd to get on your side if you want to get the better of the visitors. So it is South Africa leading by 2 games to 1 in this deciding third set. Bullis to serve. Nobody's drop serve just yet. Very different encounter. Very tense moments now in this match.
Okay, 15.
Second serve then, catching the line from Bullis. And the cloud covers come over, Olga. That's a welcome relief to the players, I guess.
I'm sure it is. It's been really burning out there on that court.
Out wide! Can you believe it? He did everything right until that point. Yeah, Chris van Wyk running around the court.
15
like
all.
a wild hare. And with the court begging at his mercy, unfortunately, Christopher Bullis puts it out wide. What a point that was.
We saw the Nigerian coach Bench jumping up straight away and trying to appease Christopher Bullis because he did everything right. Here you see, look at the setup. He's got him right out of that court, high ball. And this again anticipated really well. And then that drop volley is just played wide. And look at that reaction.
He was willing it in.
What a play. Excellent play. Gee, Chris van Wyk's putting in the miles on this game.
I'm sure he's put in double the miles that Bullis has run so far. Bullis is making him run from one side of the court to the other side. And twice, Chris van Wyk used the slice backhand there. And then all of a sudden, Bullis said, well, if you're going to play that game, I'm going to play it as well. And won the point with his own medicine.
Unfortunate there, that
14,
ball is
15.
bouncing a little bit more than expected. Setting up 2 game points to level this third set, 2 games all.
Not only did it kick, it just went out slightly wider from Chris van Wyk, who's trying to step up and play that early. Bullis with an opportunity now to hold serve. That's wide.
Game Nigeria.
And it is Bullis at hold serve once again.
2 games all.
That is 2-all in the deciding third set. If you wanted entertainment, this is an entertaining game indeed.
It's really coming down to the wire here, and it's amazing to see the effort and the extra effort the guys are putting in right now just to try to get an upper hand. I think Chris will need to take, Chris van Wyk that is, will need to take every moment he can just to settle down because he's put in some massive miles in that last game.
Well, they're just 20 minutes away from 2 hours in this match so far.
Christopher Bullis trying to stay on top,
15
getting those balls to move wide. Going for a little bit too much.
Interesting gesture he made, Chris van Wyk, at the end of that point. Immediately looking over to his South African teammates and pointing to his own head, saying, I'm thinking about it, I'm in it. I'm not going to let up just yet. And he's also asking for another hat by that gesture. He's taken his off right now.
Yeah.
Much better. Getting that
30
extra
low.
shot in. And yeah, there comes the other hat that he was calling for. Passed to him by Philip Henning. It's extremely warm out there, and lots of sweat pouring off the head of Chris van Wyk. Just a fresh hat to absorb a bit more of that sweat.
Yeah.
Beautiful put away.
That's brilliant play. Not panicking, not trying to do too much, but just keeping it solid. And by that, managing to go ahead 40-love in this game.
South Africa.
From Christopher Bullis puts South Africa back
South
in the
Africa
lead
leads 3 games to
by
2.
3 games to 2 in the deciding third set. Much better construction of a game in that moment in time for Chris van Wyk, and he's pumped up. You almost feel the momentum changing all the time during this match.
Chris van Wyk did really well in that previous service game when he was returning. Put in those extra miles, made Christopher Bullis hit those extra 2-3 shots every point, and that seems to have made a huge impact. And setting up a really easy service game, probably the first easy service game he's had in about a set and a half, so well done to him for that.
And the DJs turned up the tunes here at Groen Kloof Tennis Club, and the fans are getting into it as well. Lovely to see the youngsters in attendance here. Yeah, we need the South African fans to get ramped up here because Chris van Wyk needs their support.
So Benson calling on the referee to come on, and obviously making a point that has been he's been worried about. And look at that, going straight into the dance moves.
Benson Isachili, the team captain for Nigeria, showing us some of his dance moves as well. Yeah, excellent stuff. Everybody's getting into the spirit here in this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff tie between Renault SA team and Team Nigeria. Chris van Wyk on the near side, Bullis on the far side. He's about to serve to stay in this encounter. Now, we're going to speak about body language just now, and there's something we picked up on.
Out.
That was long. All of a sudden, if you look at the serve of Christopher Bullis, it just seems a bit more lazy. There's just no power behind it at all. It's almost like he's tiring, and I wonder if Chris van Wyk would have picked up on that.
It's very interesting because he looks like physically he shouldn't be tiring.
No, he shouldn't be. He's built fantastically. Great athlete.
Great play, and the difference right now is that Chris van Wyk is making him hit those extra balls. If we think back on the what was that, the 5th game of the first set, this is exactly what Christopher Bullis was doing and managing to turn the momentum around, and now it's swung around all the way back.
Good opportunity here for Chris van Wyk to seize the moment. And that was a crucial point in the greater context of the match. Here's Chris van Wyk 3 breakpoint opportunities to take control of this encounter and put South Africa in a commanding position to take a 2-love lead in this 5-match thriller.
South Africa.
There's the all-important break for Team South Africa, going up 4-2 in that third and
South
deciding
Africa
set.
leads 4 games to 2.
Very interesting to see that change in momentum happening literally a few points ago. And look at this, 2 easy games to love for Chris van Wyk to go ahead 4-2 in this third set.
I mentioned that Christopher Bullis looked a bit more, I guess, lackadaisical. He's just losing that power. Yes, and especially on his serve, which cost him dearly in the unforced errors. All those points that were won from Chris van Wyk were all from unforced errors from his opponents. But put South Africa in a great position now. Hold serve here, will go 5-2 up.
Oh, great setup. And look at the difference now. Chris is so fast on his feet, getting to the balls. He wasn't even chasing in the first set. And here, making sure he takes that ball at the best possible height, not letting it drop, and just stealing that extra time from his opponent and winning that first point just to stamp his authority on this game.
Good anticipation from Chris van Wyk. Unfortunately, he just didn't have enough behind it.
And again, there you can see why Bullis is a good player. Not getting frazzled by the player coming to the net, just keeping it solid, dipping the ball lower than the net, and by that creating the opportunity on the second shot.
Also good from Chris van Wyk, because he's putting his water bottle behind in the corner there, knowing how warm it is. He's just taking a sip of it every now and again.
Wow, looks like there's not just water in that bottle, but some magic juice to make him sure that he takes that pressure onto his opponent.
Talking about water, there are a couple of raindrops starting to fall. Ace number 5 from Chris van Wyk. He was in a hurry to finish this one off, especially with the impending weather overhead. Oh,
great play.
Just when you thought he was down and out, Christopher Bullis pulls off a fantastic cross-court
Please,
winner.
thank you.
Good news is that there is plenty of sunshine about still as well, despite a couple of raindrops falling. What a return that was from Bullis.
Yes.
Right at the feet of Chris van Wyk.
It's interesting as Chris van Wyk's trying to rush a bit, worried about the weather. He wants to close off this game. And Christopher Bullis steps up the game and comes up with these magic plays.
Here's a magical moment for Nigeria. All of a sudden to turn this encounter back in their favor. Just when we thought that Christopher Bullis was fading.
You just turns up the volume and is back in the game.
That's amazing. The highs and lows of tennis. The to and fro can go any other way. Van Wyk just taking his time because there's a bit of movement behind him there.
What a great backhand that is. And you can see the big fist bump by Christopher Bulus. What an amazing play that is. And leveling matters again.
South Africa leads by 4 games to 3.
All of a sudden, we thought that Chris Van Wyk was in a commanding position, claiming the break at the in the 6th game. But Christopher Bulus pulls off a miracle and breaks back immediately. So it's all back on serve once again in this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff first round tie at Groenkloof Tennis Club out in Pretoria. All to play for.
And that's very difficult to deal with because it's not that Chris Van Wyk took his foot off the pedal or did something silly. He just got outplayed in that moment. So that was really, really impressive work by Christopher Bulus. But he's still got to turn around this service game, and in the last, on the other side of the net, he managed to give us quite an easy service game last time.
Time.
And now you can see both coaches and captains giving a lot of advice to their players. The emotions are running high.
Time.
And Christopher Bulus looks calm as anything out there. Time has been called. Players going into position.
Yeah, we're in for a thriller in this encounter. Can't pick a side just yet. Will it be Christopher Bulus from Nigeria, the 24-year-old that comes out on top, or Chris Van Wyk? It's anybody's game just yet.
Again, Chris Van Wyk taking that first point.
Yeah, Bulus also not afraid to risk it a little bit. Pulls it wide with that backhand of his.
And if any youngsters are watching this, you can see the value of bringing back that ball. Just never know what the opponent's going to do. Just by forcing his opponent to hit the ball 2 or 3 times in these high-risk areas, forcing an error. That's great work by Chris Van Wyk, showing his experience on the tour to be able to knuckle down like this when it counts.
Unfortunate slip there from Chris Van Wyk out wide. Seen a couple of that, or a couple of times that he's lost his footing on this side of the court.
Especially if he's pulled that wide.
In the slow-mo there, you could also see the raindrops starting to fall once again.
Another football called. That's difficult to deal with in this situation at this score.
From Chris van Wyk. He was asked a lot of questions in that point, and every time he came up with a solution, reaching for the ball and just getting it back in play, and that put the pressure on his opponent. Chris van Wyk now has 2 breakpoint opportunities to re-establish that lead he had built a few games ago.
That drop shot by Bullis, just I think more hope than play.
Chris van Wyk that breaks once again for the second time in this deciding set to establish a 5-3 lead. He'll come out again now to serve for the match and give South Africa a handsome 2-love lead. Oh, the momentum. Mr. Momentum packed his bags and it's just moved into the South African camp once again. He's been quite a busy man this afternoon, going to and fro between the 2 camps. That's how that momentum has shifted throughout this match.
Yeah, we just saw the umpire running down, checking if the lines are starting to get slippery with the raindrops.
Great wild shot there from Chris van Wyk. He wants to finish off this as quickly as possible. But he can't give it away just yet. Stay in the moment.
Chris van Wyk digging deep there, putting in a big serve to get it back to 15-all.
Crowd getting into it. They want Chris van Wyk to take this one. Another errant mistake there from Chris van Wyk. His eyes lit up there because that ball came in short. It was there to be hit and put away, but he was a bit hesitant on it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to make a call. Should it go up the line? Should it go to angle? And he was sort of stuck in between the two there. But I know it's easier said than done, but he needs to remember he had a really good serve. He got the ball he was actually looking for. And keep repeating that.
Crowd goes wild. As Chris van Wyk pulls back another point there.
Oh, this is spectacular work ethic here by Chris van Wyk. Very smart play there, not going for too much, just keeping that ball in play, making sure Bullis is coming up with a big shot. Great serve and first shot.
All of a sudden,
40-30.
Chris van Wyk is in a position to give South Africa a 2-0 lead. It's a match point here in match 2.
Yes.
Fortunate net caught there. That bounces just inside the line for Christopher Bullis. And now it's back to deuce again.
Oh, it's great to see these players really testing each other.
Remember, in terms of the seeds, this is South Africa's number 2 up against Nigeria's number 1.
Please.
Oh no. Oh no.
Advantage Nigeria.
Chris van Wyk making an unfortunate error there that gives an opportunity back to Christopher Bullis to break back immediately. As if there hasn't been enough drama. I think we installed for more.
Nigeria.
Can you believe it?
South Africa leads
Such a
5-4.
good first serve and really good execution on that shot. You're thinking he's got it all in the bag. And I guess the mind just playing a trick with him. I mean, look at that setup. Everything is in play the way it should be.
Well, we're a few chapters away from the fairy tale ending, aren't we? It is 5-4 at Chris van Wyk leads and the deciding third set. At one point, he was looking at match points and then dropped 2 points to give the Nigerian Christopher Bullis a sniff at getting back into this encounter. And so he's done. Back on serve again we go. Benson Isicheli, the Nigerian captain, on his knee, talking to his player, trying to get the most out of him. We've gone past the 2-hour and 14-minute mark in this encounter. It's energy-sapping stuff from both these gladiators out in court, and their captains are summoning the last bit of energy they can out of their players. Thank goodness one thing stayed away, and that's the weather.
Very fortunate with that. It would have been such a shame to have a break in the game right now. And let's hope it gives us the chance to get them to complete this match on the terms that they've determined.
Well, the crowd has gone very quiet, and I think they need to start getting behind Chris van Wyk a bit more. Christopher Bullis to serve. Still trailing 4-5 in the deciding set. coming off the racket
Hello,
place
14.
there, and or the frame, I should say. Wild swing of the racket, and had no control over that at all.
Can see the emotions taking charge of both players there. Can see the relief on Christopher Bullis's face after that forehand dropping a bit long.
He's just saying in every point, he's just asking the question, putting the ball back in play and saying, Chris van Wyk, here's your opportunity. Take it if you want it. But I'm going to stay here. I'm not going anywhere. Great stamina from both these athletes.
That was a spectacular return,
40-15.
and Bullis did really well to get it back into play.
Just a reminder that we'll be back on air again tomorrow at 10:30 on SABC Sport. And SABC 3 joining us at 11 o'clock. And a foot fault called this late in the game. We saw him struggle with that in the very opening game. Since then, he's been able to manage. And it's he's paid dearly for it. Double fault, only his second double fault of the match, as opposed to the 11 from Chris van Wyk.
I'm just watching Leo Matthijssen here next to the court, the team member for Team SA. And I could see in the previous point he literally had to cover his face. He couldn't watch what was going on. Ooh, unforced error there. That's not something that Chris van Wyk wanted to do in that point.
Alec Beckley with his eyes closed there, willing his teammate on. This match has been going on for almost 2.5 hours now. Leo Matthijssen on the right of Philip Henning there. And it is Christopher Bullis trying to hold serve here. Get to their feet once again, whirling on Chris van Wyk. Score at deuce. Good opportunity here for either the players. Cloud comes back over again. Excellent serve out wide from Christopher Bullis. Really does it so well. That slice serve of his that kicks out wide.
Nigeria.
And
No,
Chris van
dearest.
Wyk going for the big
5
forehand
games
there.
all.
Nigeria stays alive, 5-all.
Pass the balls to the right. Thank you.
The players really having to come up with any answer they can.
That's 5 games all. Are we in for a tie break? 10-point tie break. Should we go to a tie break? It's going to be interesting indeed. Unless something drastic can happen here.
Round 15.
It's almost the fatigue starting to set in now. Both players are making major unforced errors. Case of who can endure the longest. Who's the fittest of them all? Excellent first serve from Chris van Wyk.
13-all.
So deep into this match. Benson Isichili off his seat, encouraging his player. Oh, beautiful. Make that a half a dozen of aces for Chris van Wyk. And Chris van Wyk wants that very same ball back once again. I think he's used it for both his 2 serves, that have been fantastic.
Yep, looks like it's his lucky ball.
Bit of superstition creeping in. And it's working for him. 3 fantastic serves with the very same ball.
15.
After
And he
being
wants it
loved-
again.
Yeah.
Here it is.
After being love 15, he's got 2 game points at 40-15. Serving for getting his nose ahead in this 3rd set. Great play. Every time you think you've got Christopher Bulu on the ropes, you'll see he comes back with something special. Here you can see him, Chris van Wyk, asking for that specific ball back.
And
Managed to set, and it definitely worked.
it worked. And when he lost that point, he said, "No, chuck that ball away. I want a new ball." The superstitions of a tennis player.
South Africa. South Africa leads 6 games to 5.
There we see some great maturity from Chris van Wyk, not panicking in that situation, dropping that ball straight in front of him, meaning the opponent doesn't have any option. And here we can see the point. He did really well to get to it and have the presence of mind to do that. And you see Christopher Bulu's knew straight away. That's it. Point over.
Yeah, great maturity from Chris van Wyk. He is the senior member of the South African team. And he hits the front once again. The good news is that the sun has come out once again, so that thunderstorm, that threatening thunderstorm we expected has gone by. We will conclude this singles tie today. And then tomorrow we got a doubles tie taking place, starting at 10:30 in the morning. If you're in the area, it might be worth your while coming down. The doubles tie tomorrow will see Alec Beckney and Leo Matheson get their first of this 2025 Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff first round tie. They'll be up against Canis Abua and Michael Emmanuel in the doubles tie tomorrow morning at 10:30. And if need be, we'll go into the reverse singles with Philip Henning against Christopher Bulus. And it will conclude, should we need it, with Chris van Wyk up against David Ekpenyong. Philip Henning beating David Ekpenyong in the first tie, 6-3, 6-3. Oh, beautiful backhand into that corner from Christopher Bulus.
That was a great way to start this game. Every shot he chose here was done really well.
That was the physiotherapy team looking after the Nigerians. Oh, beautiful drop shot from Chris Bulus.
30-love.
It's almost Nick Kyrgios like. You got to admire that drop shot when it comes off. It is a great shot to employ in a match.
Especially when it comes off that well. That was just spectacular. Great disguise on it and then perfect placement. Another strong serve from Christopher, setting up 3 game points.
And the opportunity to go into a tiebreak. And he does it with the plum. Christopher Bulus whole serve. And we go to a tiebreak to decide the outcome of the second match of this Davis Cup World Group 2 playoff between Team Renault South Africa and Nigeria. 6-all it is. Wow. Olga, it's been a fantastic match this. Match of endurance, a match of stamina, a match of nerve.
I wonder who's going to be more tired after this match, the captains or the players.
Tell you what, both these players need a deserved rest after this encounter.
Yeah, their body will be feeling it.
South Africa.
So, Chris van Wyk holds serve to start off this 10-point tiebreak. Oh, beautiful play at the net there from Christopher Bulus. Stretching his opponent from one side of the court to the other and then taking the opportunity to come up to the net and finish off that point. Every serve is so important now in this tiebreak.
Brilliant play. Setting the ball up twice. And then gaining that soft ball in the middle of the court to be able to finish that. And it's all on serve in this breaker so far. With Christopher Bulus from Nigeria going up to 2-1.
Please, the ball. Thank you.
And it is Chris van Wyk that makes the first error in this tie break to give Nigeria a 3-1 lead.
Just a little bit tentative on that backhand. Not getting the work on the ball that he needs. Now it's pressure on this service for Chris van Wyk, where he's been always in the lead in this second half of this third set.
Brilliant first serve. Brilliant lead.
Nigeria.
He needed that to stay in this tie break.
That's the way to answer that. Great serve. Christopher Bullis will want to really step up his serve here.
Thank you.
Sacrilege there from Bullis. He stopped playing as he thought the ball had gone long. And then sent his ball long anyway. So it's back on serve at 3-all in this tie break.
And interesting enough, Nigeria's captain Benson signaling to him that ball is good and he needs to get going. So obviously pressure back on.
Yeah. And the crowd are now getting into song here at the Groen Kloof Tennis Center, trying to get behind their player, Chris van Wyk, singing Shosholoza. Just gives you goosebumps, doesn't it?
Four, three.
That's a great serve by Bullis, really just putting that extra bit of work on the ball. Just taking that risk, wanting to run around it, but was forced to, actually did a really good job still from that position, but then pushing that next shot long.
Yeah, if you were a cricketer, you would see that is the googly. It's going in one direction, then it turns in the other direction. It's got so much spin on that ball. It's fantastic to watch from our vantage point here in the commentary box. And it gives Bullis a 4-3 lead in this tie break. Just when you don't want to serve another double fault, it's Chris van Wyk with his 12th of the match.
That's a tough point to come in with a double. He actually hasn't served a double for quite a long part of this match now. Let's, for his sake, hope he can recover from that immediately. Christopher Bullis coming up with the goods here when it counts. Hitting an amazingly effective return. Firing it straight onto the feet of his opponent. And by that, great.
Yes, a late call from the linesman there, but it was definitely wide.
He did call it immediately. His signal was slow. So
Yeah. You can see the demonstration from the Nigerian bench or dugout. They're not happy with the call, but it definitely was out wide.
let's see how that ball lands.
Yeah.
That looked wide. You also see Chris immediately celebrating, so felt the relief after that.
Champai is out of his seat again. I think there's a problem with the scoring machine.
That's not the time you want that machine to give you any trouble.
I'll go tell you something. Earlier on, while I was doing the emceeing duty, I had my iPad in my hand, and I was in direct sunlight, and all of a sudden the iPad switched off because it just got so warm out there. So I hope it's not the same thing that's happened to the scoring machine. It looks like we're good to go again after that brief delay. Bullis leading 6-4 in this tie break in the second match. Good experience here from Bullis. He's just taking his time now after the Champai settled in.
Game into the match in Nigeria.
There it is.
Two
Game,
sets,
set, and match.
2-1, 2-6, 6-3,
Team
7-6.
Nigeria, what a comeback. This match went back and forth in so many ways. At one stage we were saying Chris van Wyk was lucky to get that area. Then he was in the lead and looked so comfortable right up to this tiebreak.
Well, celebrations all round for Nigeria as Christopher Bullis pulls them back into this tie, winning 3-6, 6-3, 7-6. A fantastic result for the experienced 24-year-old, the only ranked player in this Nigerian team in the ATP rankings, that is. And he gives his side and his country a sniff at a bit of hope. Heartache on the other side for Chris van Wyk. He poured his heart out into this match, but at the end of it all, he just did not have what it takes to beat his opponent. We'll bring you interviews shortly.
Yeah, you can see the celebrations in Team Nigeria, and well-deserved. Christopher Bullis coming up with the goods when it counted at all the right times, so he did exceptionally well. And Chris van Wyk getting some requests for signatures, well-deserved. He put it all out there, no questions asked. He put his best effort out there and really tried to close that match down. I'm sure it's going to hurt right now, but he can be proud from that effort he put in. And he really worked hard for every single point there. If you remember, to the middle of that third set, you saw him having to put in that extra effort. He really covered a massive amount of court, and his body must be feeling it tonight. And here again, captain for the Team Nigeria, Benson, really motivating his player. and Chris van Beek. I'm sure it's hurting right now, but he's obviously speaking to Coach Piri. And once he's calmed down and the nerves have settled a bit, I'm sure he'll realize what a spectacular effort. He can be really proud, and he's put his best foot forward in that match. And here we can see the results for today. We've got Philip Henning taking that first match convincingly 6-1 against David Epping. And then this second match, what an amazing match that's been, with Chris van Beek taking that opening set 6-3. Christopher Bullis turning it over 3-6 and then managing to squeeze out that tie-break 7-6. Tomorrow we're looking forward to some doubles in Beckley and Matthijssen and Canis and Emmanuel, and then the reverse singles.
Well, standing by with Christopher Bullis, who pulled Nigeria back into this encounter. It is a fantastic result for you, winning 3-6, 6-3 and 7-6 at the end of the day. But more importantly, Nigeria still remain live with this encounter. Just take us through the emotions of that match.
I mean, it came to a point where we were almost down. I mean, match point down. And I remember yesterday saying with the team that we're here to compete. Like what happened on the court happens, and I just kept playing every ball, and it turned around in our favor. So I'm just happy with the outcome right now.
Take us through that tiebreaker, because once you got that mini break, you knew that this encounter is yours to win.
Yeah, I mean, the first minute break, I was like, okay, this is just one break, the guy is a very good server. I was struggling early on to return the serve. So I was just hoping I could get one more break, and I ended up losing the minute break. And I got lucky with the double fault, and I was like, okay, this is the one. Just keep fighting, and yeah, that's what happened, and I'm happy with that.
Couple of foot faults in there. Did that upset you?
Honestly, it's the first time in a very, very long time that I've been called foot faulting. So, like, for me, this is new. Nothing to worry about. I just need to work on it, and hopefully, this is for me to get better, obviously. And yeah, nothing to say about it.
Good luck on day 2.
Thank you. Thank you.
Christopher Bullis. Now we're joined by Benson Isicheli, the team captain for Team Nigeria. Benson, a fantastic fight back there.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult, pretty tough for my team right now. But at the same time, the game is wide open. Yeah, anybody can still take it from tomorrow. My first game was, my player was a bit nervous. Otherwise, it's a very good player, just the same level with Chris. But he was a bit nervous, but Chris put us through.
Okay. Will you change anything up for your doubles tie tomorrow? You're going to keep up the same lineup?
Definitely there will be a change, definitely, because since we lost one and we won one, we have to make a change. I'll discuss with my team, then we'll all decide what to do next.
Benson, best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Benson Isicheli, team captain of Nigeria, they've just leveled up this Davis Cup tie, Group 2 World Encounter, and it is at 1-1. Well, you can join us tomorrow when action continues. We'll start with the doubles rubber, which starts at 10:30. It's live on SABC Sport. You'll be able to catch it also at 11 o'clock on SABC3. Join us then for more action right here from Groenkloof Tennis Centre in Pretoria. Cheers for now.